ഇത് സാറിൻ്റെ വീഡിയോ ആണ്. ഓക്കെ, ബാക്ക് സൈഡിലല്ല വന്നത്, അത് അവിടെയാണ് കാണിക്കുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ പങ്കെടുത്തിരിക്കണം. സതീഷ്, Hi, Mutalik.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
How are
Good
you?
afternoon, all.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Matrim.
Yes.
Sorry.
Madhumita, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sarojit.
Jane, how are you? Jane, good afternoon. Asim, good afternoon.
Jane, good afternoon, Jane.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Nasim.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes.
Yes.
सचिन चलो तुम्हारा नया बैंक अकाउंट खोलना है ना
I'm already on it, Dad.
डीबीएस बैंक ये कहाँ से
Dad, DBS Bank is from Singapore.
Yes. Yeah, of course. I know. That is why only I said, because Nandkumar said good afternoon, I said good afternoon. Like in meeting. I know there are 500 people participants.
Your son is right. DBS is the world's best bank.
Done. Account open. You should open too.
Multiple publications named us the world's best bank. We are DBS, now across India.
Our infrastructure and natural resources can't keep up with growing demands. We need to be smarter. We need to care more. It's time to create smart infrastructure. We can because we connect energy systems, buildings, and
Journalist
industries
doing.
to adapt and evolve the way we
Okay.
live and
Thank
work
you.
for the good of the planet and the people. Creating environments that care. Smart infrastructure from Siemens.
No problem. No, I can start. Only it's not. There are only few videos. It's not starting. This is heavy. You see, no, sir, I'm comfortable. So, I'm comfortable. Okay. Sometimes it doesn't.
CG. Jane here.
Good afternoon, all.
Hi Jane, how are you?
Very well, Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So just tell me when to start. Huh? Hi Sudhir.
Hi, good afternoon, Arvind. How are you?
Afternoon. Hi Kevin, how are you?
Hi Arvind, hi Sudhir.
Hi sir.
Chairman, we'll begin. I'll introduce you and then we can start. So
Okay.
we have good number of people logged in as well. So a very good afternoon and a very warm welcome to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, I welcome you all to the 6th CII Western Region MSME Summit and Exhibition 2020. 3-day virtual leadership forum, thought leadership forum. This year, the theme is recreating MSMEs in the new normal world. To begin with, may I please request Mr. Arvind Goyal, Chairman CII Maharashtra State Council and Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Tata Autocom Systems Limited, to please deliver the welcome remarks.
Thank you Asim for your starting the conference. And first of all, very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and all the participants on behalf of CII Maharashtra. First of all, I'd like to welcome Mr. Subhash Desai, Honorable Minister of our Industries, Government of Maharashtra, Dr. P. Abhaganam, Chief Executive Officer, MIDC, Mr. Sunil Mathur, Chairman CII West Zone Council and Managing Director and Chief Executive of Siemens, Mr. Gav, Consul General of Republic of Singapore, Mr. Agus, Consul General of Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Neeraj Mittal, Managing Director and Country Head, Institutional Banking Group, TBS Bank India Limited, my friend Sudhir Mutalik, Vice Chairman CII Maharashtra State Council, Managing Director Positive Metering Pumps Limited, Mr. Nand Kumar, who is the key brain behind this conference, and the Chairman CII West Zone MSME Subcommittee and CMD Chemtrol's Industries Private Limited, Mr. Nishikesh Ayer, Conveyor, CII Maharashtra Panel on MSME Proprietor Machine House Private Limited, Asim, Jain and other colleagues from CII. I welcome you all to the 6th edition of the CII West Zone MSME Summit and Exhibition 2020. The theme of the summit is recreating MSMEs in the new normal world. The conversation in these 3 days will focus on way to give the needed impetus for the MSMEs to help them recover and get them back to the path of growth and prosperity. MSME sector has emerged as a highly vibrant and dynamic sector of the Indian economy over the last 5 decades. MSME sector in India is the second largest employment generator after agriculture and innovates with considerable support in strengthening business ecosystem. Various reports, researchers and surveys have proved time and again that this sector acts as a catalyst for socio-economic development of the country. The sector also helps in industrialization of rural and backward areas, thereby reducing regional imbalances, assuring more equitable distribution of national wealth and income. The COVID-19 pandemic has probably given the biggest blow to the world economy after the Greatest Depression in 1930s. The economic activities across countries had either delayed or significantly slowed down, taking away billions of livelihoods. One of the most impacted sectors of the pandemic is MSMEs, which contributes around 35% of India's manufacturing output. With complete shutdown of the entire ecosystem, the MSMEs are facing difficulties to meet their commitment to the employees, suppliers, creditors, and other stakeholders. So the primary focus this year has been laid on the way to help MSMEs bounce back from these tough times and to help them adapt to the new normal and make them Atmanirbhar. The summit will focus on how MSMEs can adapt to these changing times to reach a global platform and help to integrate their functions into the global market by directly engaging with the global players and to help them achieve technical processes and adopt new technology, which in turn will benefit growth. India's MSME base is one of the largest in the world. The sector provides a wide range of services and is engaged in the manufacturing of over 6,000 products ranging from traditional to high-tech items. Yet the full potential of the MSME sector is untapped, and so the government is taking several steps to make this enterprise global and improve the overall business environment by making it more conducive and transparent for all stakeholders. Lastly, we should look at the pandemic as an opportunity to grow further by adopting to newer technologies and aligning ourselves to innovative strategies to touch new heights. I wish you all the best and hope all have wonderful takeaways from today's conclave. Thank you very much. May I now request Dr. K. Nandkumar, Chairman CII West Zone MSME Subcommittee and CMD Chemtrol Industries Private Limited to set the theme of today's summit.
Mr. Nandkumar, you're on mute.
Thank you, Aravind. Dignitaries on the virtual dais, friends from industry, media. I'm sure Industries Minister will join Mr. Subhash Desai and Mr. Ambarakan, and all colleagues from CII. It's a great privilege for me to be here and address this 6th summit. This is the 6th summit after we started the first one in sometime around 5 years ago. And each year we have been addressing critical issues which are facing which were then facing the MSMEs, especially in India as well as in Maharashtra. So I welcome all of you to this gathering, which is aimed at assisting MSMEs to recover and prosper in this critical COVID time and to help them play a vital role in the industrial growth of the country. the last 5 editions of the CII MSME Summit had so an overwhelming response and immense support from industry members. The CII MSME Summit has been created keeping in view what are the needs of MSME and at the same time what are the needs of the larger industries, and to meet them in a common platform and to resolve and get it forward. This 6th edition of MSME, I hope I am audible properly.
Yeah.
This 6th edition of Summit has a big challenge because after our last summit on 30th November last year, the 2 major things which has happened in the world has thrown away all the equilibriums. One is the Corona COVID-19, which has really shaken up the whole world. Over 100 countries have blocked the borders. The global economy has been in turmoil. As Aravind said, is after the 1935, the biggest jolt to the industry and economy. So we need to really overcome it. And as Aravind also said, this COVID is the one which has really affected the MSME, not only in India, across the world. So they have real challenges to come up. So under these environmental conditions, this year's 6th MSME Summit, which is being organized by CII Western Region, gives a very, I would say high importance to both all the stakeholders in the industry as well as on the users, also to the regulators. Now, if you look at the Corona aspect on that, it really started sometime in end of last year from China and moved our world. And in India also, those started from January. The real impact started from sometime on 2nd week of March. Then we had lockdowns continuing and unlock phase. So over the last 6-7 years, it is not only MSME. Across the sector, across every sector, every field of the life has really affected. And we are trying to overcome, and the challenges certainly are great, but at the same time, the resilience with which we operate will certainly get through to us. At the same time, along with the Corona, there was also a major change in India happened as far as the MSME is concerned. The definition of the MSME has been changed last year. Or I would say this year, the definition. This itself is a big challenge because both industry manufacturing and services are also brought in together into one platform. And larger economic outlays are given for each micro, small and medium. And with this present definition, I am sure approximately 98% of the Indian industries will belong to MSME. So you can imagine the importance of MSME. And not only that, when this new definition has come, some of the larger industries which were already in some of the platforms in the stock market also has come into today's medium sector. So you can imagine the importance of this seminar, importance of this sector, which is really over 98% of the industrial sector in terms of the numbers of the industries. I am talking not in terms of the value. In terms of the number of the industries, nearly 98 or 9+% is MSMEs. So that's where we have to really look at. Now, when we say this definition has really changed the manufacturing as well as services together, the economics associated with that and all the ecosystem associated with that also has to undergo lot changes, but it is being done slowly. And I am sure that will certainly take shape. And we have quite a lot of challenges also in coming on that, because on a vast spectrum of micro, small and medium are covered in the same area, same sphere. It's not happened that micro loses its importance or it loses its requirements. So we need to certainly focus on the micro apart from small and medium. While micro is very important for large industries as an ancillary, small and medium are also contributing to a great level in the product business, in the industrial sector, in the GDP level. So quite an important sector for small and medium, which has got their own standalone. When I say standalone, they have their own challenges in terms of the finance, in terms of funding, in terms of marketing, in terms of technology, in terms of development. So certainly there is quite a lot need to be deliberated in the coming 2 days. That is why we have formed, we have really developed certain programs in such a way to address most of the critical areas which will face both micro as well as small and medium. Now coming back to the COVID-19, beyond what thrown up some challenges, at least on the basic things like we have to wear the masks, we have to do hand washing always, or frequently, maybe in a day itself quite a lot. And at the same time, we need to do the sanitization quite often, and also the social distancing. That is the big challenge when it comes to micro, especially small and medium, because their present production facilities are not tuned to have that social distancing. So naturally, we need to look at how we can get into that requirement of social distancing. As far as MSME is concerned, they have to change their layout, they need to have more spaces, they need to also skill and reskill their human resources in order to meet all those requirements of the new norms, new protocols, new SOPs when we need to operate our industry or a service or an EPC construction business. Along with that, there are other challenges which has thrown both these two dimensions, like COVID on one side, the new definition of MSME. Of the economy has really been bitten by the corona. Over the last 1 year, I'm sure that this year it may be around minus 23% GDP will go down. So naturally, we need to really work that micro, small, and medium are really up to how to live up to their requirements. Fortunately, over the last 2 months, quite a lot of sectors are seeing green shoots, and I think we should be able to overcome, though there may be challenges in that. I must appreciate the government of India has also really come up on this to help us. To help especially micro and small with a stimulus package of 3 lakh emergency credit lines, as well as subordinate debts and fund of funds for large and micro medium sectors, which will certainly help. So I believe economy certainly will take, though it will be 2020 will have a difficulty, 2021 to 22 should have certain advantages in terms of economy picking up. Another aspect of the corona's challenge is the digitization, especially on the social distancing and the other limitations of not more than 4 or 5 people together or maximum 10 people together. Need to also look at how digitization can be applied to our operations. First thing is the remote monitoring or remote maintenance in our services as well as in the manufacturing sector or the maintenance sector. So digitization is one of the important aspects we need to impact. Over the last 4 years, CII, especially CII MSME division, has been focusing on Industry 4.0. Unfortunately, it did not catch up to, I believe, around 7 to 8% only. But we need to really focus on getting on the basic digitization in terms of Industry 4.0, robotics, and might be the artificial intelligence and machine learning, which is very, very essential. So we have factored this requirement into our programs in the coming 2-3 days, because digitization, digitalization is very, very important in our day-to-day life. Then coming back, the employment. Over the last 8 months, there is a lot of employment loss. One study says around 35 million employment is lost. So we need to get back. We need to get back our people to the employment. We need to get back their livelihood. So we need to all go back to, and I would say, upgrade our systems to a large requirements immediately without much time. Given the conditions, their employment generation is very, very important, in spite of the fact there has been migration of the employment from cities, and quite a lot of it has come back. Along with that, there are also guidelines which has come from user industries that marketing or salespeople cannot visit. They need to have digitalization. So we have to focus the digital connectivity to our customers to get into the marketing, sales slots, and product development and business discussions. So marketing is also on the digital platform without much time we need to invest. Most of the people have, I believe, over the last 6 months on the lockdown period, quite a large companies has already adopted digital marketing. Quite a large companies have done webinars. So I'm sure that has already taken care of this. Along with that, Government of India has also come out with a guideline that up to 200 crores, they will not go for a global tendering. They would like to have procurement from India. That means no global tender after 200 requirement for all central PSUs or even large corporates they have dissuaded from going on, which means the MSMEs has to really look at indigenization. When we look at an indigenization, it's not really so we need to have a technology and technology assimilation and along with that, reskilling and skilling of the people to absorb the requirements. When you do indigenization, you have to look at indigenization not for Indian consumption. We have to look at indigenization for the global consumption. There comes the requirements of standards and standardization. So which means the whole lot of requirements for indigenization. Also, we have foreseen in one of the programs here how to look at how we can get into that slot in indigenization. Along with indigenization, technology and R&D is very, very important sector. So we are focusing on the technology and R&D also and also we are looking with the government to get certain benefits for the incentives for the MSMEs to ensure that MSMEs spend some time or if not 100% true R&D at least and a continuous innovation by which we can become competitive in the global market. So continuous innovation and technology is one of the areas we are looking at. In that, we have also taken care of certain subjects in these coming 2 days. So we have looked at these buyer-seller meets. We have already had a lot of buyer-seller meets, focus on the buyer. The third day of this summit will be focusing on the buyer-seller meets. So we have looked at this theme of recreating MSMEs in the new normal. If you really look back, I am sure most of you might be remembering the word VUCA: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. This is a terminology which is, I believe, developed sometime in 1987 when the global economy was in turmoil. So the VUCA world was at that time otherwise also known as a new normal because everything is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguity. So if you have to today look at why we are looking at a new normal or a never normal is simply because the challenges are same. So we have to look at the volatility, be it with vision, ambiguity, we have to have an understanding, and complexity with a clarity. Finally, at all the ambiguity, we have to create the complete agility. So we have to really look these 4 requirements to come out the new normal or how we can become MSMEs really strong in this new requirement. With this, we have developed the program for these coming 3 days. After this inaugural session, we have a post-inaugural cross-border opportunities for MSMEs to scale up. Last 5 summits have focused on exports, various subjects. There are 9-10 programs we have put in the exports. So we have addressed critical areas in the last 5. So this year also we are focusing on certain specific area. So first session will be on cross-border opportunities for MSME to scale up, followed by adopting digitization to boost MSME's productivity. These 2 sessions will be there following today's program. Then next 2 days, we will have one tomorrow, policy reforms to make MSMEs Atmanirbhar. Our Prime Minister has already announced on 13th May that Atmanirbhar Bharat is very, very important. Once an Atmanirbhar, what is an Atmanirbhar? The moment becomes an Atmanirbhar, we have to make MSMEs also to Atmanirbhar to make country Atmanirbhar. If MSMEs has to become Atmanirbhar, they have to be always self-sufficient in all aspects of finance, technology, human resources, manufacturing, servicing. And you can't be in an export market unless you have the capability to service the equipments at the shortest time at the lowest cost. So looking at these things, we have adopted these programs over the coming 2 days for the sessions, and the third day on the buyer-seller meets. The policy reforms tomorrow, which will address ease of doing. It is not only address ease of doing, also we will address ease of starting a business and also the export related requirements and financing requirements. Along with this, the most important aspect is the human resources. MSME is one area where least focus or most difficult is developing the human resources to meet the requirements of digitization, technology, economic requirements. A lot of changes in economic aspects is undergone last 3 years. So that also need to look at how we can get economic freedom from our operations. We're looking at that. We have also kept human resources skill development in one of the critical areas on the last day. That is people professionals, the new normal on 31st October, followed by a session on remote FAT. Because what happens, most of the products are now inspected in the factories. You can't go, you can't get out the inspectors over. So we are looking at a factory acceptance test on a remote basis. Across the sector, any product company need to have inspection by the customer or an independent agency. We are looking at remote FAT. We have done quite a lot of, we are developing. So we are focusing on what are the critical areas which will face MSMEs and which they need to imbibe in order to overcome. So over these coming 3 years, my colleagues, you will certainly enjoy the programs in the coming year. Now, I urge each one of you to kindly make the most of these platforms to your best advantage. While conceptualizing and organizing the summit, we aimed to take the first step in the direction of strengthening the very backbone of Indian industry. It is not only Indian industry, every industry, it is MSME. And I hope with your support, we will make this difference in this summit. I hope you all will benefit out of this. And I look forward to interact with you during the course of the day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nand Kumar, for a very wonderful insight and also explaining to people about the new definition of the MSME and that 98% of the Indian industry by numbers will be MSME, which is a very, very great thing. And therefore, we need to reinvent and relook at how we need to operate. And with the social distancing, masks, etc., we need to reskill and new norms and new protocols are required. Government has done a lot of initiatives in the giving emergency credit lines, etc. And your point that in 21-22, the economy will really pick up. It's really great to learn that. And I hope all my fellow colleagues from MSMEs will be able to take benefit of this. Industry 4.0 and digitization certainly is the thing of the day. And in the next 3 days, there will be a lot of deliberations in this. It was sad to note that the employment lost was almost 35 million, and hopefully these people will come back to the jobs again as soon as we are able to grow. And we need to look at global market and not only India market, and that's what the Atmanirbhar Bharat would help, and also focus on human resources. Thank you, Dr. Nand Kumar, for putting the thing in the contest. May I now request Mr. Sudhir Mutalik, Vice Chairman, CII Maharashtra State Council, Managing Director, Positive Metering Pumps, to share his perspectives on the MSME sector. Over to you, Sudhir.
Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Mr. Nandakumar. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good afternoon to you all, Honorable Minister of Industries, Mr. Subhash Desai, our dear friend and dynamic CEO of MIDC, Dr. Shri Ambalgan, who is always with us, Mr. August Saptano, Mr. Kevin Che, Mr. Surajit Shom, my dear friends and colleagues at CII, Mr. Sunil Mathur, Mr. Arvind Goel, Mr. Nandakumar, Mr. Nishikant Ahere, Sarang Zadav, my friend, and all the respected delegates attending this MSME summit. A very good afternoon to you all. It's really difficult, task to express yourself over MSMEs as Arvind has expected after Mr. Nandakumar's speech, because he covers the entire bandwidth and he's always a role model, you can say, an expert to talk about MSMEs. So what would a person like me talk after his speech? It becomes really difficult. I'm an entrepreneur and running industries in Nasik. As an MSME by myself, I am always happy to attend CII's MSME summit. This is, though Mr. Nandakumar said, this is the sixth Western Regional MSME Summit. Maybe it's in a different form, but earlier also MSME summits used to take place, and perhaps this is the 10th MSME summit. They were earlier in a different form. This is the 10th MSME summit that I am attending. I mean, CII has organized, and I'm pleased to share with you that I have attended all the previous 10 or maybe more summits every year without missing a single one. Initially, for a couple of years, I used to attend this summit out of curiosity. Someone might have invited me, but then I saw tremendous value in it, and I started attending these summits every year. Like many MSMEs, now that I'm coming across since last many years, like many MSMEs, I too used to think that CII is a big daddy's club and it's for the Tatas and Bajaj and Godrej and Forbes and Siemens and ABB and all. But slowly I started realizing that CII is an inclusive group of people. It's for all the industries or enterprises, small or big. It's for all. For all. For example, my own example, I will tell you so far. So far, I used to be one of the participants. Like today, I was told that there are 500 registered participants for this summit today, which is a great number. Kudos to the MSME committee of CII for attracting such a large number. So I was trying to give you the example that today I am attending summit not only as a participant, but from the other side of the table as a vice chairman of CII Maharashtra state. Maharashtra, like the most progressive state in the country. So the point that I was trying to tell you all is CII is for all. It's not only specifically for big industries, for MSMEs like me also, who can reach to a certain level in CII, which the participants should definitely note. It's for all. It's up to an individual how much one wants to take from CII, how much one wants to get involved, in the activities. I'll be too much happy to see a few from you on this side, on the table, of the table one day. Yeah. The only thing that I'm missing, as I told you, that last about 10 years I've been attending these summits, and it's an excellent opportunity to interact with various people. So the only thing that I'm missing this time in this summit is we are not able to meet each other personally because of this pandemic. The pandemic, when we talk about pandemic, Mr. Nandakumar has really given, has shared many things which has impacted due to pandemic, but the pandemic has given a totally, different dimension to our lives. Like for example, I'm missing meeting you all, but like I'm missing you all personally, there is another side. The side is it is my time in traveling to the place of summit or such meetings, and it has added too many days to my life and also wonderful life to my days. The time that I am getting is giving me opportunity to look around, and I can see as an MSME in India, I'm coming across never before opportunities. Believe me, as an entrepreneur and an MSME since last 24 years, I had never seen such a grand time, which is offering too many opportunities. Yeah, as I said, I'm getting a lot of time, so I'm attending vendor summit or vendor meets of many PSUs. For example, I recently attended vendor meets of Engineers India Limited, HPCL, IOCL. These are all companies in oil and gas sector in India. And I realized this sector has business potential worth about 2 lakh crores in a few months from now, which means they will be releasing orders worth about 200,000 crores worth rupees. That's a huge opportunity for many of us. It comes to finally to a small machine shop or a small fabricator, 2 lakh crore. It is going to come to all of us. We all need to find those EPC companies, consultants, OEMs who are waiting for eligible vendors of various supplies and services. There's one more. After declaration of Honorable Defense Minister that the Defense Ministry is going to impose ban over, say, 101 items, there was an announcement about 4 lakh crores worth orders will be finalized during next 4 years during that session. I thought this was just like any other announcement. So I checked the status during last 4 years what government has done, and I could find there were orders released worth about 3.5 lakh crores actually between April 2019 and August 2020. It's a big number. So 4 lakh crores worth order are waiting for us in next few four years. And till the end of this Q4 March end, government has planned to release orders worth about 50,000 crores. This is all MSME are going to get a huge amount of orders out of this. Believe me, the greatest opportunity this pandemic has given to the Indian industries especially is buyers from across the globe are rejecting to source materials from China. Believe me, it's a fact. I can share with you, I have been dealing with around 40 countries now. China factories were running day and night in the month of March, April, May, But for a water treatment project in Kazakhstan, an EPC company therein wanted dosing pumps that I'm manufacturing to be supplied by my company. After they were knowing that my factories were closed and I had to take we shared with them that my factories are closed. We're not working in April 2020, but they insisted. I had to take special permission for manufacturing of dosing pumps during lockdown to supply them when they had option of China that was available to them. I can guarantee you, my dear friends, that we are going through a golden era as far as exports are concerned. We need to think to be global. I'm aware that MSMEs, when I talk about so many opportunities available, that MSMEs, as once I had gone through the same, most of us are normally disconnected from the right person, from the right customer, the right opportunity due to limited resources. And this is the reason I extensively make use of CII's platform. You will realize the worth during next 2 days. The 2 days program is amazingly designed as was being explained by Mr. Nandakumar. Please take full advantage of each and every session. I'm sure you will find tremendous worth in it. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sudhir, for giving an insight. And it has created a lot of excitement when you said that there are 2 lakh crore worth of orders which the oil sector is going to release, and we should align with EPC or consultants and become an eligible vendor, as most of this would be in the end manufactured by MSMEs. Also, that more than 101 items which have been banned by Ministry of Defense for imports, and there will be large requirements, and we expect that the defense sector, there will be 4 lakh crore worth of requirements in next 4 years on an average of 1 lakh crore per year. I think it's a mind-boggling numbers, and which clearly shows that whichever MSME has been able to bring to the new normal, get technology, and as Nand Kumar had said, paid attention to the human resources, and if they're developing the human resources as well, I think there is a huge opportunity for all the MSMEs in the coming few years. And hopefully the unemployment, which numbers initially mentioned of 35 million, should go away very, very soon with such large numbers of new orders which are in pipeline. So thank you, Sudhir, by creating so much of an excitement by giving such large numbers. I think the nobody would like to miss any of the sessions for the next 2 days. So thanks for that. And I think the minister, Mr. Desai, is just about to join, and as he has to attend the cabinet meeting, he has said that he would like to speak and then go back to the cabinet meeting. And so we will wait for a half a minute or so till he joins. Meanwhile, I can also elaborate further that what Sudhir mentioned, that most of the European, American, even Japanese and Korean companies who were importing stuff from China, not that they have an immediate alternative to go and buy from somewhere else, but they are looking for opportunities to source from other countries, opportunities to even shift some of the manufacturing to other countries. And certainly countries like Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand are also playing a big role to get that pie. But India has the largest opportunity by sheer size of the country, sheer skill levels available in this country, and the number of MSMEs available. Many other countries have large sectors and not so many entrepreneurs as we have in India. And hopefully, with all these things falling at the right place, India should have its right trajectory of growth in the next couple of years and take it to its rightful position of 5 trillion economy, as was mentioned by the Prime Minister a year back. So, Asim, if Minister is coming, can you tell us?
So the minister's join is trying to switch on his webcam. So if we could give him about 1 minute more, please.
Yeah.
There is one more point apart from export opportunities and the opportunities created by the PSUs. The most important thing is one thing we should understand. Like for example, Unilever, India has decided to stop imports worth about 400 crores from China, and we are this from the private sectors also. MSMEs in India are going to get a lot of business. That we need to keep one thing in mind. So in today's days, I would say that it's a bonus to life to be in India.
Yeah. Asim, any luck of his getting his webcam, etc.?
I'm just talking to the minister. If you could give me 1 minute, please. I'm on a call with him.
Okay. And just like Sudhir mentioned, that countries like US and Europe planning to buy more from India than from China, they are exploring. Just for information, India imports about $50 billion worth of goods from China, out of which about $20 billion worth of goods are easily possible to be made in India. Only the costing in India was higher than the costing at China. But now with the government importing various custom duties and anti-dumping duties, etc., and also the Indian entrepreneurs are thinking why to import this $20 billion, which is possible to be made in India. And so there is going to have a shift. And that's every year import is not. So there is a large opportunity which is coming there.
Small and medium enterprises. Team usage along with exhibit.
Yes, Asim.
I have sections the प्रमुख कौन है?
CII चे अध्यक्ष आहेत महाराष्ट्राचे गोयल.
अरविंद
गोयल.
नंद कुमार.
Hello. Chairman?
Yes.
Chairman, the Honorable Minister is here. If we can start, please. Chairman, you're on mute.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Mr. Desai. And I know you have to attend the cabinet meeting again, so I don't want to elaborate what we have discussed. I just hand it over to you for your keynote address, sir.
Yes, sir. You may please start, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir. Please start, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhir. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Fantastic. Good to see you after a long year.
And Mr. Arvind Goyal,
Yes. Arvind is there, yeah.
my friend Nandakumar ji.
Yes.
Very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm really thankful to you for giving me this opportunity to participate in CII. Previous events also I participated, and I'm happy and proud to be a part of it now, this edition. And this micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs, the exhibition and MSME summit has become a calendar event for CII. And CII contribution towards the development of MSME sector is great. MSME sector, as we all know, and we are proud to call it the backbone of Indian economy. And they are engaged in manufacturing the most wide range from pin to piano. Anything MSME can make and is making. I know that many MSMEs are supporting defense manufacturing. Even I know few SMEs who are engaged in manufacture of components which are being used in very critical defense equipment like BrahMos and some missiles. The important components are manufactured by small and medium entrepreneurs. So their contribution is great. Their share in the national export is also very significant. And providing jobs to the locals, MSME has no match. So we have to take care at every state. Government is also coming out with new schemes and taking new initiatives to support the MSMEs. Our contribution to GDP, MSME's contribution to GDP is more than 30% and is growing. Now, as far as CII is concerned, I know that the main focus is towards the organizing this somehow unorganized sector. I would request to each and every small, medium, and micro entrepreneur to come on platform and get them registered. In absence of proper data, of full information, government is finding it difficult to roll out new schemes for MSMEs.
Anyway, now government of Maharashtra has announced new schemes which will be certainly providing additional support and incentives to the MSME. Here I welcome suggestions from this, and the CII event is a good opportunity to interact and coordinate between the stakeholders and collect the data. I would request you to share it with me, and my department would be always ready to follow up. I would like to ensure that we would come out with some innovative scheme for the MSME. During this pandemic conditions, we are all facing this challenge this last 7-8 months. And the impact of this pandemic situation has stressed working of MSMEs. They are struggling to come out of situation. And we are also ready with a package for the MSME sector. Here I would appreciate end of the session. If you please share with me all the inputs given by the press and take it forward. I would also request CII to create a cell in the CII organization for reviving the stressed MSMEs and holding hand at the challenging time faced by MSMEs. These words I would like to once again thank CII, and I'm really obliged for giving me this opportunity year on year. I look forward to some concrete designed program from CII. Whereby we can sit together. My department would be happy to hear and contribute and take this sector to next level. I'm sure CII will always be coming with some new ideas and for the benefit of MSMEs. Very much, Jai Maharashtra. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Mr. Desai, for your support as always. You have been very supportive to CII. You have always been supporting the MSME and the industries in a big way. And what you said, that a lot of jobs can be created for locals, opportunity for exports is there, and that the MSME is contributing more than 30% of the GDP. CII to come with a platform for a proper scheme and proper structure, and then collect all the information what should be done so that the MSMEs in Maharashtra grows at a much faster pace than the other parts. And also the new scheme which is being announced, which will have more support and incentives for the MSME, is a very welcome announcement from you, sir, and we are all eagerly waiting for it. And we shall be more than happy to even give you a feedback after we see the results by the various MSMEs. We shall also collect the data and share with you as suggested by you and give you an innovative scheme which is beneficial to both MSMEs and to the government. And also we will try to create a cell to see how to revive these stressed MSMEs. Thank you very much for your input, sir, and we are very obliged for your time. May I now request Mr. Agus Saptomo, Consul General of Republic of Indonesia, Mumbai, to deliver his address.
Dear Chief Guest, Sri Subhas Desai, Honorable Minister of Industry, Government of Maharashtra, dear official of the Government of Maharashtra, dear official and members of Confederation of Indian Industry CII, Excellency Consul General of Singapore, member of diplomatic community in Mumbai, dear business leaders, print and electronic media, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste, selamat siang, and very good afternoon to all of you. It is great honor for myself and the Consulate General of the Republic of Indonesia in Mumbai to be amongst you all at this very important event, the 6th CII Western Region, MSME, recreating MSMEs in the new normal world for global value chain, being organized by a Confederation of Indian Industry CII Western Region, India. I am deeply honored to address today's event. I do hope that this valuable event could not only maintain closer relations between our two friendly countries, but will also help to construct a long-term mutual benefit for business relations, especially in the SME sector. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Government of Republic of Indonesia, especially the Ministry of Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprise Indonesia, I congratulate CII Western Region for its worthwhile initiative. The goodwill of CII in such conference is truly commendable. It adds to the effort of both the Indian and Indonesian governments to strengthen the already existing close relationship between our two friendly countries. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, while speaking about Indonesian economy, it rests on the country's enormous natural resources, oil and gas, coal, copper, gold, forestry, and plantation products, and manufacturing for the domestic and export market, textile, footwear, electronics, automobile, pulp, and paper. SMEs in Indonesia play a significant role in enhancing national economy. In Indonesia, SMEs have a crucial role to play because of their potential contributors to employment creation, improvement of income distribution, poverty reduction, export growth of manufactured products, and development of entrepreneurship, manufacturing industry, and rural economy. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia, the small, medium, and enterprise SMEs contribute 60% to the total GDP of Indonesia and 97% of domestic workforce. According to the Indonesian Ministry of Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprise SMEs, there are around 64.1 million SMEs in Indonesia, as many as 63.3 million or 98.6% of the total SMEs operated micro business, while the rest were medium business operators 1.2% and medium enterprise 0.09%. Of the 64.1 million MSMEs, only 13% or around 8.3 million SMEs have utilized digitalization in running their business. Today, the world is heading toward recession as a result of the COVID-19 crisis, and Indonesia is no exception. With Indonesian government has responded by unveiling a number of stimulus packages through National Economic Recovery Program, Program Pemulihan Ekonomi Nasional, which aim to support countries' tourism, aviation, real estate, and energy sectors, as well as for general business economic recovery, including relaxing import duties and tax incentive for small and medium-sized enterprise. While elaborating about the current scenarios of MSMEs in Indonesia, which employ the overwhelming majority of the national labor force and contribute around 60% to the country economy, have been hit by the COVID-19 crisis, resulting into large impact on the MSME sector. The cutback in consumer spending, freeze in travel, and limitation for in-store operations have caused the business of SMEs in Indonesia to suffer. With this saving, SMMEs has become priority, with the Indonesian government launching multiple initiatives to help MSMEs. With MSMEs, players in Indonesia have been urged to adapt their respective business to the new normal scenario and focus on product innovation in order to survive the crisis from the COVID-19 pandemic. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesian Ministry of Cooperatives and MSMEs have to state that for surviving during such challenging time, the MSMEs should essentially focus on adapting their business to the new normal and delve into product innovation to better cater into market demand. The Indonesian government have rolled out around 123.46 trillion, is around 8.3 billion US dollar for micro, small, and medium enterprise (MSMEs) as part of its coronavirus relief package. As of September 28, 2020, the Indonesian government had disbursed 79.06 trillion rupiah, 64% of the budget. Meanwhile, it has also disbursed nearly 16 trillion rupiah, around 72.4% of the budget to 6.6 million MSMEs under the government Productive Social Assistance Program. The government of Indonesia announced plans to expand its ongoing business assistance program to include around 3 million more micro, small, and medium enterprise MSMEs impacted by COVID-19. According to the Indonesian Cooperative and SME Ministry, the Indonesian government is now confident of assisting up to 15 million MSMEs by mid-December 2020, up from its initial target of 12 million. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesian economy contracted by 5.3% in the second quarter of 2020, impacting many small business operating in the country. Now, the Indonesian government aims to help prepare SMEs to go digital, an initiative key to the country economic recovery. The number of small business operating on digital platforms has reached around 9 million, or 14% of all small business. This includes 1 million new enterprise to have go digital during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Indonesian government is trying to create a digital economic system by providing incentive to MSMEs so that they can be more competitive in the market. With this, the potential value of the digital economy is predicted to be higher this year at around 35 billion US dollar and is projected to reach 101 billion US dollar in 2025. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesian government has also rolled out a national campaign we call Belanja Buatan Indonesia, or Shopping Made in Indonesia, which is meant to encourage MSMEs to transform from the online market by utilizing technology. Kemenparekraf is become the first ministry to start a national campaign proudly made in Indonesia through the Beli Creative Lokal or Buy Local Creative Program. With this, since the beginning of the pandemic, the Indonesian government has placed MSMEs as the top priority of beneficiaries in national economic recovery. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, while speaking about India-Indonesia relation and opportunity in SME sector, the Indonesian government is confident that the ASEAN-India FTA will enhance bilateral trade and investment relation in years to come. We should improve the ability and capability of SMEs by facilitating collaboration and synergy among SMEs. This is an opportunity for international business to collaborate with SMEs in Indonesia and gain some benefits, such as Indonesia is a potential market due a large number of population which has reached 230 million people. Indonesia has abundant natural resources which can be processed jointly to be more valuable goods. International business can maintain supply product to their companies by improving SME supporting industry based on mutual benefit for both parties. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, to brief you all about India-Indonesia economic relation, I wish to begin stating that Indonesia and India enjoy a high-level mutual beneficial relation. India and Indonesia recently have upgraded bilateral ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership, a move that comes on the eve of 70 years of diplomatic relation between the two countries. Our mission in continuing effort to conduct various activities to develop bilateral relations between two countries. In past, on regular interval, have successfully led business delegation of Indian business entrepreneurs to visit the annual trade event titled Trade Expo Indonesia, which is held every year. With current pandemic situation, the annual Trade Expo Indonesia 2020 series, organized by the Ministry of Trade Republic of Indonesia, will be held virtually from November 10 until 16, 2020 to push national export amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, I avail this platform to request you all to please do save the date and make sure that you could optimize this opportunity to source the high quality of Indonesian product. Indonesia SME industry looks forward to have cooperation with Indian SMEs. With the outsourcing from India will be to have technology and technical assistance in the field of information technology, electronics, biotechnology, essential oils, and derivative of CPO, organic, fertilizer, biodiesel, coconut, cosmetic, gambir, etc. While Indonesia wishes to market in India essential oils and derivative, gambir, cosmetic, and IT, and etc. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to have joint cooperation to develop SMEs. India and Indonesia can develop cooperation in the cooperative, small and medium enterprise sector. The cooperation would, among other things, cover information exchange on cooperative and small and medium enterprise development policy program, national and international trade promotion, special exhibition, trade cooperation, and creation of business partnership, participation in training and managerial skills in technical field, and formal education on cooperative management field. Both India and Indonesia can also support each other to facilitate bilateral symposium, seminars, conference, workshop, and SMEs representative meetings, besides facilitating and supporting SMEs to open market access in the two countries and other potential countries. This can be carried out through either virtual or offline meeting. The bilateral relation in terms of SME cooperation of the two countries have a big potential to further develop in the future. May this be in form of new investment, market penetration, and resource utilization from both sides of countries. And finally, through this address, I avail myself of this opportunity to convey the CII Western region our best wishes and hope that the coming year will bring more economic and cultural cooperation between our two friendly countries. May Indonesia and India friendship and cooperation intensify further in coming years ahead. Terima kasih, Syukriya, and Dan Jafar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agiosus Septone, Consul General of Republic of Indonesia, your inputs that the MSMEs need to go more digital and more innovative with the new normal, and that $8.3 billion have been earmarked in the budget this year in Indonesia for them, out of which 72% is already distributed, and that $101 billion business should be there in MSMEs by 2025. Also, the Indo-Indonesia relationship via FTA and by mutual transfer of technology, culture, etc., would be a step in the right direction. Thank you, sir, and we will take your points and deliberate within the CII in the coming months. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad. May I now request Mr. Sunil Mathur, Chairman CII West Zone and Managing Director and Chief Executive of Siemens, to please deliver his address.
Thank you very much, Dr. P. Anbalagan, CEO MIDC, Excellency Mr. Gavin Che, Consul General of the Republic of Singapore, Excellency Mr. August Saptono, Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia, Surojit, Arvind, Mr. Nandkumar, Sudhir, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. It is indeed my privilege to be present here in the inaugural session of one of the most important initiatives in the Western region, the 6th CII MSME Summit and Exhibition. Firstly, I'd like to compliment the Ministry of MSME for their remarkable efforts post the pandemic period. The long-due change of MSME definition has been well embraced by all the stakeholders of the MSME sector, particularly in these trying times, and it's come as a ray of hope for the MSMEs in otherwise a very gloomy year for businesses. It's also heartening to know about the success of the Champions Portal, which was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable MSME Minister. The industry overall is highly optimistic about this initiative, which will be instrumental in taking forward the intent of transforming Indian MSMEs into global champions while addressing the concerns and grievances of the sector. Another laudable initiative of the ministry is the Credit Guarantee Scheme for subordinate debt for stressed NPA MSMEs, which addresses the financing need of MSMEs and will help them regain momentum for growth. The overall 6-point agenda for MSMEs under the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, announced by the Honorable Finance Minister, has been widely acknowledged by the industry at large. We also welcome the announcement of the fact that no global tenders will take place for procurement up to 200 crores. With 67% of CII's member base as MSMEs, which now is expected to increase with the change of definition, we have been undertaking several initiatives for the MSMEs, especially to help them rebuild and rebound. So it gives me immense pleasure to share that CII this year completed 125 years of its service to the nation. All through this period, we've been working in partnership with industry, government, and civil society for the creation of a sustainable environment conducive to the development of India. Now, maybe a little bit on a personal note, coming from a German company, perhaps I can give a couple of data points from Germany, which may interest a lot of the colleagues here on the call. So roughly in Germany, there are about 35 lakh companies. 95% of them are family owned. 99% of them are categorized as Mittelstand, which is typically a family business with unity of management and ownership and focused on a single product category. The average equity contribution that the owners or the promoters of these companies have is approximately 50%. Most of these companies are not even known. And for this reason, the German MSMEs or Mittelstand have actually been called the hidden champions of Germany. But approximately half of them have brought a product or innovation to the market in the last 4 or 5 years. And over 1,300 of them are market leaders globally in the niche products that they manufacture. So how has this happened? And I think there's something that we in India can learn out of that. Couple of pointers to that. First, there have been substantial tax and investment incentives offered by the governments to them. A decentralized banking finance system has been established, which is close to the MSMEs, where the relationship with the banks and their customers is very intimate and very close. Skill development and the dual vocational educational training program is an integral part of the education system in Germany, as also the offer of employment and to apprentices, which eventually bring apprentices into the workplace while keeping the cost base of the MSMEs very, very competitive. And finally, Industry 4.0 has made them, and digitalization has made them hugely competitive in the recent years. Now, we are seeing in Siemens in India, triggered by the recent events of COVID-19, a huge interest from MSMEs coming to us in particular, asking for more remote factory acceptance test digital solutions. They're asking for remote monitoring and also remote erection and commissioning solutions using virtual reality. They're asking for digitalization solutions in manufacturing and in the smart manufacturing processes to enable them to save on cash, cost, and capex, while giving them the flexibility that they will need in such a volatile environment and ensuring the highest quality standards. Now, Industry 4.0 smart manufacturing can actually provide these at very affordable costs to MSMEs. And finally, digital solutions for cost saving, particularly energy costs. As we all know, energy costs are a very significant part of the cost base of most companies, and particularly for many MSMEs. But there are very real digital solutions for saving energy out there at very affordable cost with return on investments of up to 1 year. So that is the experience that we are having, both from Germany as well as from my own company here. From a CII perspective, the CII is committed to working to ensure that there is a development of MSMEs, not only at the national level, but also right down to the state and the zonal levels. And as chairman of CII Western Region and on behalf of CII, I'd like to assure all our MSME members that we will continue to listen to you first, understand what the issues are that you have, and try and focus our efforts towards finding real solutions and empowering and upgrading our efforts so as to ensure that they can remain relevant and CII can remain relevant to meet these and support you during this very turbulent and competitive period. So we will continue to be your voice within the rest of industry, but also your voice in government in India, but also a link to governments around the world. With this, I'd like to conclude and say, I wish you all the very best for your 2 days ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunil. It was a very good insight, especially what you mentioned about the Germany, that 95% of the industry is owned by the family, and almost 99% of them have a single product, and 101 of those are actually having a good name or global leaders. That's a very good encouragement which all our MSME members will have, and also the skill development, which is an integral part of the German education, and which we should also push in India, and that would help MSMEs and even the large industries to a great extent. Also, that 65% of our members are MSMEs, and as CII, that your commitment that we will work very closely with them to see that whatever best is possible to help by way from industry, by the help of government, we will certainly take that at all possible forums and try to help the MSME industry and especially our colleagues in the CII. Also, your best wishes for the 125th year of CII, which has always been closely working with MSMEs, was a very appropriate at this juncture. Thank you, Sunil Mathur, for all your insight and for your time. Now, may I request Mr. Gavin, Consul General of Singapore, to please deliver his.
Thank you, Mr. Goel. A very good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me thank CII for the privilege of addressing an august audience in the largest MSME organization in the world. I'll touch on three main points. First is Singapore's management of the COVID-19 outbreak. Second, how our economy is coping with the challenges it poses. I'll end with a few suggestions on the possible areas Singapore and India business can work on. No conversation today is complete without some discussion on COVID-19. In fact, it is the starting point of many meetings. So what is the current COVID-19 situation in Singapore? I'm happy to share that just this Monday, 250 local and international participants physically attended the opening of the Singapore International Energy Week, the first public mass event held since our circuit breaker was imposed. This is different from most national lockdown. What made this possible is piloting by our health authority of an antigen rapid test, or ART. We are also piloting a breath test for COVID-19, which takes less than a minute for the result to be out. Such technologies, and we will be happy to share with the rest of the world, will enable us to gradually organize larger mass events to be held and bring back normalcy to business life. Earlier, we have opened our malls, restaurants, cinemas, hotels, and other public areas for residents in Singapore to enjoy. This was done when the community transmission was reduced and always with all the necessary safe management measures and contact tracing procedures in place, apart from the normal social distancing and hygiene practices. All our students have returned to classes since June, when we started the first easing of our circuit breaker. Our public transport systems were operating fully without any restrictions throughout the circuit breaker, except with lower numbers due to reduced ridership. If anyone visits Singapore today, you would see life is very much back to normal. Some of you may be interested to know when Prime Minister Lee spoke with Prime Minister Modi over the phone. He assured PM Modi that Singapore would treat our foreign workers the way we treat our citizens. So all our foreign workers staying in dormitories were given free medical treatment, continue to receive their salaries, enjoy free meals, free internet and counseling. We have tested all 320,000 of our foreign workers who continue to be tested fortnightly. About 86% of this in the construction, marine, and process sectors have been allowed to resume work since August. To round off this topic, I'll share some figures. We've conducted 3.68 million swaps, of which more than 1 million are unique swaps. Total swaps per million is 645,000. Daily swap is 27,000. We intend to raise it to 40,000 per day very soon in the future. Current local transmission in the community and foreign workers dormitory is down to less than 5 cases per day. In fact, over the last few days, there were 0 cases. All the cases we have, which is less than 10, yesterday was just about 7, were imported cases. Those daily cases were imported. To date, we have a total of 57,883 cases discharged and only 69 active cases. Only 43 are hospitalized and no one in ICU. Mortality rate is 0.1% or 28 in total, with almost all above the age of 60 with comorbid symptoms. I'll now turn to the economy. IMF has projected negative growth of 4.4% for the global economy. Few countries have been able to escape this fate. Singapore's Q1 growth contracted by 0.7%, but shrunk by 13.2% in Q2, due largely to our circuit breaker. Propped up by manufacturing, it bounced back to a growth of 7.9% in Q3. Overall, we expect to see a 4 to 5.5% contract in our GDP for 2020. To position ourselves for the economic turnaround and to ride on the next wave of growth, Singapore government is committed to helping businesses, workers, and households to tide them through this difficult time. To date, we have set aside close to $100 billion from our national reserves, which is a landmark package representing 20% of our GDP, reflecting our commitment to protect lives and livelihoods. On the global front, our strategic location and strong networks, rule-based governance, stable political climate, strong physical and digital infrastructure, robust intellectual property protection regime, ready finances, as well as skilled and educated workforce have kept us on the radar of many foreign investors. It is no surprise then that we have over 750 foreign companies establish their regional headquarters in Singapore for their growth in Asia Pacific. And new ones continue to come. Despite COVID-19, foreign direct investment or FDI continue to flow in with $13 billion committed so far. Amazon and ByteDance have recently announced they will expand their offices in Singapore, while Tencent has picked Singapore as its Asia hub. Japan's Kajima Corporation broke ground for its first overseas innovation center, which will also be its Asia Pacific headquarters. Early this month, Hyundai held a groundbreaking ceremony to build a factory with an investment value of $400 million to start producing electric vehicles in 2025. With 25 implemented FTAs, Singapore plays a crucial role in international trade and kept our hub open. We have not imposed any export bans and instead continue to be a key transshipment hub for essential goods and services to the Asia Pacific. The PSA port has handled 17.8 million containers in the first half of 2020, a marginal drop of 1% for the same period last year. I understand the PSA port in JNPT is busy bringing essential supplies to India and exporting its goods to its overseas market. Our airport connects to more than 54 destinations globally with a weekly frequency of 219 flights. While India has suspended international flights, it has allowed SIA Cargo to operate 5 weekly flights to Mumbai. I'm happy to note While Singapore spares no effort to sustain its economy, it has not looked inwards. India remains a key investment destination for us, and we have invested about $2 billion from August 2019 to August 2020. Last week, my High Commissioner visited Chennai and the upcoming IT park to be built by CapitaLand, Southeast Asia's largest developer. This is not the first nor the last. CapitaLand has developed IT and logistic parks in 6 cities across India. Recently, Mapletree was reported to have acquired a 7-acre land for 525 crore, and CapitaLand is in a joint venture with Rustomjit to develop an integrated township in Thane. This investment are a testament of our confidence in India and its long-term growth. We remain committed to invest in India and to work with India. Finally, it leaves me now to suggest a few areas where Singapore and India businesses can work on. What I'm suggesting will not be new. Some of this have been raised with the CII core group's recent virtual visit to Singapore in September, where they held wide-ranging discussions with our senior ministers, deputy prime ministers, emeritus senior minister, and a few other ministers. One of the key areas will be the digitization of logistics and finance, which many of the preceding speakers have raised. This was one of the key trends in Industry 4.0. COVID-19 has accentuated the need to accelerate the adoption of these technologies. This would help with India's e-commerce supply chain and export drive to reach global markets and earn valuable foreign exchange. It will result in faster movement of goods and more secure and timely payment. This will in turn accelerate turnover and better use of capital. As an extension, the cooperation can include digital links and custom documentation between ports. Singapore has upgraded its system called the Network Trade Platform. As with its namesake, NTP is digitally linked with ports around the world, permitting custom authorities to exchange trade documents more easily, allowing for faster cargo clearances, enabling custom duties and prohibited items to be better regulated. Another area business can explore is innovation and automation. Singapore has established a vibrant ecosystem to help startups with new and innovative ideas to incubate and develop their services, products, and markets. Many venture funds have set up offices in Singapore to seek out unicorns in the making. The manufacturing and e-commerce sectors in particular have seen an uptick in demand during this period. Similarly, COVID-19 has also forced sectors with more traditional practices, such as real estate, logistics, agriculture, to digitize. As such, there has been significant demand for automation and deep tech, such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and data-centric data analytics. This might sound counterintuitive to India's enormous labor market, but if you take it differently and see it in a different perspective, it could mean India can now leverage on this technology and produce goods and services to satisfy global demand more competitively than if you continue with a labor-intensive production method of the last century. There are many more areas we can explore and discuss, but I will stop here and let the entrepreneurs and participants discuss and come up with new and feasible ideas for us to work on. On this note, I would like to thank CII for organizing the 6th MSME Summit and congratulate for the successful organization. And I'm sure it will be a fruitful summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin, for giving us your insight, how the COVID has been tackled in Singapore how you are testing and how Singapore can even cooperate and help India for testing in the COVID area. And it was heartening to note that all foreign workers were given the same treatment and same testing as given to your own citizens in Singapore. Congratulations for that. Also, that 750 foreign companies have regional headquarters in Singapore for the Asia Pacific, and also huge FDI, including from Amazon, and even for electric vehicles to be launched in 2025 is coming into Singapore. And this makes a good destination for our MSMEs to even export and look at opportunities to how to do business with Singapore. Also that from August 19 to August 20, almost $2 billion have been invested, and Singapore is planning to look at further investments, creating IT parks, and as suggested by you, that we need a higher level of cooperation for the Industry 4.0 and digitization, which will help both industries in India to gain to a natural ease of doing business and to have more innovative and efficiency. Thank you very much for your insight, and thank you once again, Mr. Kevin, for your speech.
Thank you.
As we were to close this session at 4:35, I am requesting everybody to please carry on for another half an hour or 20 minutes till 5 o'clock, and we'll try to close it by 5. And I would have to have your patience for bearing with us for another 20 minutes. May I now request Mr. Neeraj Mittal, MD and Country Head of Institutional Banking of DBS Bank, India, to please deliver his address.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, Neeraj.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. I'd like to begin by extending my greetings to the Honorable Minister, the leadership team of the CII, His Excellency Gavin Che, His Excellency Consul General Indonesia, and all my fellow panelists and the audience. Firstly, I'd like to begin by saying how delighted we are to be present here, and I represent DBS on this panel. So a lot of data has already been shared with the audience so far. I thought of dividing my bit and piece into two parts, essentially. To begin with, some flavor around the SME sector as we see it as a bank. And then the second part, really, some facets around banking and how the landscape as an industry player is changing and how we are seeing it. So SME, as speakers before me have shared, it's a very large part of the Indian economy, the Indian GDP. 30% is no small number. And if I recall reading somewhere, this 30% is expected to go up to 50% over the next 5 years. So nothing more needs to be said with respect to the importance, the criticality of the SME sector in India. And I kind of really, it was quite telling what was shared with respect to the German situation and how 95% of the industry there actually sits with family groups and so-called the middle, the M of the MSME. Now, it's very interesting to note that the SMEs themselves contribute to about 45 to 50% of India's exports. Tells us something about exports, in any case, being an area of focus for the bank, for the Indian economy rather. The last data figures that came out for the month of September showed.
Others are able to hear noise. That's why there is nobody. Otherwise, they would have made a complaint.
We are able to hear. We are able to hear.
Yeah. Sorry. Am I audible? Can I continue?
Yeah, please continue. Please continue.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So clearly, exports is a very important part of the focus of this sector. Now, the session is not complete without a comment or two on the pandemic situation. When this happened about 6, 7, 8 months ago, clearly the sector was underprepared from a digital lens. Uh, you know, but what's really heartening to see is how this sector has really embraced the reach out to technology and to digitalization, and how various businesses have really shown the adaptability and the willingness to make technology the backbone of business in all facets of business, in the SME sector in particular. The reach out to technology and digitization has made business continuity possible. And everyone's realized that digitalization, not doing it, is not an option now. So I think the good part of the pandemic, if I may say so, is that in every boardroom across the world, in every company, small, medium to big, one of the most important agendas before everybody is how to embrace technology and how to bring in efficiencies around digitalization. Now, from a industry challenge perspective, access to capital always been one. It has kind of become a little more acute because of the situation over the last couple of quarters. Uh, uh, and that is something that we as a player, along with the industry and the banking industry and the financial services industry, need to solve for. The other real challenge, as we see it for the MSME sector, is around turnaround times. So how do they address the issue with respect to delays that often act as a big stumbling block to their ability to embrace change and capture the opportunity that's available in the market? What they're also in the market, and this is the rule of the jungle, the law of the jungle, as they say, that the bigger guy squeezes the small guy, the payments have been extended. So their working capital cycles has really come into stress. So that's the other challenge that the industry is facing. And lastly, I would say the other challenge the industry faces is how do they link to the global markets? How do they establish a quick ability to address and capture the opportunity across the world outside India, which again addresses the earlier point regarding exports. In terms of opportunities, and I think that's the focus and that should be the focus. And one is so heartened to hear His Excellency Gavin Che talking about the positivity that seems to have returned in Singapore and some of the countries around. And frankly, we are in that camp that there is positivity around and things are returning to normal faster than people would expect. So the opportunity around the SME and the MSME sector in India is around the China plus one approach that is being talked all over the world. In different words, it's also called the supply chain shift. But let me assure you, we as a bank are seeing this happen very, very prominently, as in prominent Asian bank and Singapore's largest bank. We see certain trade corridors working quite intensely around this theme. So there are these trade corridors around India, Taiwan, India, Korea, India, China has always been there, that now seemingly are reflective of the opportunity that the supply chain shift, the China plus one strategy that is playing out in the boardrooms. The other theme, if I may say, that is playing out across the globe in boardrooms again is the theme, the brown to green agenda. the sustainability theme. Every boardroom, trust us as we speak, because we are privy to some of those discussions with clients, not only in India, but all over the world. This is a very, very important theme. And if we just stick to this theme, we see the sector having the related opportunity spectrum coming their way. That, in summary, was, I'm just mindful of the time, was the first part with respect to the industry and the opportunity spectrum. Now, let me spend a few minutes on the banking part and the lens around the financial services industry. As somebody said, the world needs banking, but it does not need banks. And this somebody is Mr. Bill Gates. Okay. As we speak, I cannot but mention and remind you of the IPO that Ant Financial is doing. It is the largest ever IPO in world history. Over $300 billion, and they're raising 34 billion in this IPO. That itself should tell us something about the way the landscape will change for sure. There is this 3-1-0 approach that they say is followed, which is that the customer should be able to apply within 3 minutes. They should be able to get a credit decision in 1 minute. And the 0 implies that there is not a single person involved in this process. So that I thought of mentioning just for the audience to reflect upon the way the landscape is moving and moving very, very quickly. It's about the being the Amazon for money. It's about easier, faster, and cheaper provision of not only the capital, but the entire range of financial services. Customer journey is at the forefront of this approach, and decisioning from what was earlier a balance sheet and a collateral security-led approach is now changing to the big data-led approach. And this is a clear a sign of the future and the way it's going to evolve. Let me just share with you, if you were to ask me or some of the bankers 2 to 3 years ago that could any bank approve a loan of up to 5 crores to an SME and under 24 hours and disburse the amount in 5 days, one would have said impossible. And guess what? It's happening. And we have been able to do it over the last 12 to 15 months as we launched our Digi Business Loans platform. So this is the way. Turnaround time is really the key to be able to meet the need of the SME customer. The other point I'd like to leave for the audience in the SME is please look upon banks and financial services providers beyond just providing capital. I would just urge you to look upon them as a 3-legged stool. The first leg being provision of capital, the second leg being movement of capital, and this refers to all the buying and selling, all the imports and exports. And third is really protection of capital, which talks about ability to protect the currency risk or the rate risk, the interest rate risk. So please look at banking partners with that lens. Lastly, I'd just like to say that we at DBS really believe in the India story. We converted to a wholly owned subsidiary in March of last year. We are now present in 25 cities with 35 odd branches. And we see the opportunity before us really waiting to be captured. With that, I'd like to close my remarks and comments and some thoughts, wishing the CII team and the organizers the very best during the next few days of the conference. And we look forward to being closely associated with CII and the MSME partners and clients. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neeraj. And it was a very heartening to note that the MSMEs can grow from 30% to 50% of the GDP, and they should have an export focus. And the point that digital, you have no choice. I think this is where a lot of work has to be done in MSMEs, because only I think 10% of them have really adopted digital, and that is a real opportunity they have to adopt and take it forward. And that you are indicating that in the boardrooms, people are discussing about shift from China and brown to green. Certainly, brown to green is a very, very important aspect on sustainability. And I really like the word you coined, that Amazon for money. I think that's a big thing, easier, faster customer journey and turnaround time. And I think that's very important, and that we should consider bank as to defend not only capital, provide capital, but movement of capital and protection of capital. I think it's a lot of learning from there, and I hope during the next 2 days in our session, a lot of MSMEs take far more depth into it and come back to the banking industry in the manner as indicated by you. Thank you very much, Neeraj, for your insight. And we have a wonderful exhibition of some very important companies making critical products. May I request everybody to please visit the exhibition. I declare the exhibition as open. It will remain open from till 7 p.m. of 31st October 2020. I request all the delegates to specifically visit the stalls and make most of it. May I request Mr. Nishikant Ayer, conveyor CII Maharashtra panel of MSME, proprietor Machine House Limited, to deliver the concluding remarks. Over to you, Nishikant.
We can hear you, Mr. Aira. Yeah, good evening, everybody. And at the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Goyal for inaugurating this wonderful event and the exhibition. I'd like to thank Mr. Subhash Desai for addressing the members. I'm very happy to have that we have today more than 550 participants for this event. It's a wonderful event, I will say. We had a very good learnings from all the speakers, and I thank Mr. Sunil Mathur, Chairman, CII Western Region and Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Siemens. Mr. Neeraj Mittal, DBS Bank. Mr. Gavin, Consul General of Republic of Singapore, for his guidance. Mr. Agus, from Consul General of Republic of Indonesia, for his wonderful address and guidance. I like that he has offered us India and Indonesia collaborative opportunities. So that would be a good opportunity for Indian MSMEs. Thank Mr. Nandakumar for setting the theme. It was wonderful. And as Sudhir has mentioned, when you are an opening batsman, you do everything. So there's nothing to speak again on this topic. Sudhir, you also mentioned very good things about why CI is important to MSMEs and how one can grow. Thanks to Asim Jain and CI team, Sarang Jadhav and my colleagues in CII. It was a and ladies and gentlemen, it's good to see the presence of so many different people and members under one platform for the 6th edition of MSME Summit and Exhibition. We really were hoping to have this not on a virtual platform. Like last year, we had a good session, good event in Nagpur, and we were hoping that we will be able to do something like this again. But okay, we have to accept this new normal, and I think 550 participant and a small exhibition would is nicely organized. I once again like to thank all the esteemed speakers for providing such a valuable insight for MSME and the growth of Indian MSMEs. I'd like to congratulate CII for coming up with this conference. There was always a need to have a common platform to sensitize the entire ecosystem, right from the government to large industries that play a crucial role in the journey of MSME sector. I also take this opportunity again to thank Mr. Subhash Desai. I think Mr. Honorable Minister of Industries, Maharashtra State, Mr. Abalagan CEO MIDC was there in the beginning, but I think we missed his address, but he is part of and very friendly with CII, and I can say Ghar ka aadmi hai. So, but today we missed the opportunity to listen to him on this platform. Last but not the least, I wish to thank our partners without whose support this conference wouldn't have been a reality. I thank DBS Bank, who is and MIDC, who are our platinum partners. Gold partners are Siemens Limited. Silver partners are KHS Machinery Private Limited. Baglaji is always with us, so OMR Bagla Automotive Systems Limited. And corporate contributors are Chemtol Industries Private Limited, Dixon Engineering Company Private Limited, and IM Machine Tools India Private Limited. With this, I conclude this inaugural and request you to kindly be seated for the panel discussions on cross-border opportunities for MSMEs to scale up. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Nishikant, and thanks everyone for the first session. My apologies, we had crossed by 30 minutes, but I think everybody had liked the session. And thank you, everyone. Thanks once again.
Thank you, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now be beginning with our panel discussion on cross-border opportunities for MSMEs to scale up. May I invite the session moderator, Mr. Robin Banerjee, Chairman CII Subcommittee on Finance and Taxation and Managing Director, Caprihans India Limited. Now our esteemed panelists, Mr. Oscar Sikanda, Councillor Commercial, Namibia High Commission, Mr. Juan Esteban Sanchez, Director of Pro-Colombia Embassy of Colombia, and Mr. Siraj Nandalal, Councillor Investment and Trade, Market Development, Asia Division, Consulate of Mauritius, Mumbai. Welcome, esteemed panelists. May I now request the moderator, Mr. Robin Banerjee, to kindly take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ronit. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to all of you. I am cognizant of the fact that we are running 30 minutes late, and I'm also cognizant of the fact that the Trade Commissioner of Colombia has to leave early at around 5:30. We have a fantastic panel to discuss the cross-border opportunities which SMEs can have. We have three wonderful countries. We have Colombia, Namibia, and Mauritius. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us are on MSMEs. We have a vision. We have a vision to expand. We have a dream to fulfill. And one of the important opportunities which we, the industrialists, are always looking for. Can we do something internationally? Can we be a global player? Why India is only the canvas? Actually, world is flat. That's what someone told, as you know. Thomas Friedman had said some time back. And world is indeed flat. Ladies and gentlemen, the way, because we are running out of time, what we will structure is that we will have the three trade commissioners presenting to us their countries, and they will make a short presentation. And because perhaps we might run out of time, so please do let us know your questions. You can type in the Q&A. Of course, if you agree, I would ask one or two clarificatory questions as we go along, so that all of us know as to how we can take advantage and do business with these countries. It is obviously both inbound and outbound, but let's hear the trade commissioners, and then let's see how we can go along as to how we can take advantage of the presence of them and also the three countries and opportunities for us. So may I request the CII team to to help Mr. Juan Sanchez, because he has to leave early, Trade Commissioner from Colombia, Director of ProColombia, to make his presentation first. Sir, if you could start and let us know your presentation, that would be nice. Over to you, sir.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Can you see my presentation right now?
Yes, sir, we can.
Absolutely. I would like just to say thank you to Mr. Banerjee for the organization, the invitation, and the patience with me regarding of the time, because we are dealing with some businesses with Indonesia. So we have just to deal with an important meeting in a half an hour. Sorry for that. I would like just to thanks to the CII for this invitation. This kind of panels helps, to increase the relationship between Latin American countries with India, knowing that India, actually, Mr. Robin, is a really big global player. But we do believe that even the MSME companies could play a more important role in the way that India just become not a global player, but the most important global player in the middle and the long term. Thank you to Mr. Sikanda and Mr. Nundlal for partnering in this panel. So Mr. Robin asked us in order just to give a brief interpretation about how can Indian MSME companies can take advantages of the relation with countries like Colombia. But also, I would like to tell you, it's not with just Colombia. I think it's with all America, knowing that countries like Peru, Chile, Mexico, and Colombia, we are just becoming a perfect hub for your expansion in Latin America. So the business opportunities with Colombia, this is not going to be a kind of sailing speech. No, this is regarding the question that Mr. Robin was just given to us. The first thing, there's some messages. The first one is, in Colombia, we like to do business, and we are really practical. And this is something really important with Indian companies, they just start just working with Latin American companies, is that we in Latin America we are really, really, really fast in the way of taking decisions. So this is important for us. We do like to do businesses. We like trust, and we like fair relations. The second message is from the government of Colombia. In this case, it's important just to focus on legality, entrepreneurship, and equity. If we don't feel that a company from India, in this case, wants to go to Colombia and doesn't have the condition in order just to feel that the company is a kind of legal environment and in an equal environment with the Colombian companies, we do prefer just to say, wait a minute, we can help you in the future. Our equation for MSME companies in Colombia is quite similar than in India. Innovation is important. The former panelist was saying that it was really important. Education, we are refocusing on education. Actually, we are learning from India that the education system is open for all the in the country. Financial coverage, this is important for us. Almost the 85% of population has a financial, and this is important because the financial sector in Colombia is mostly private. The other part of the equation is connectivity. And also we want just to tell you that the people from 20 to 30 years in Colombia, that is about the 50% to 60% of population, almost the 75% has access to the connections and all the internet of services and everything. And the other one is really important, is a growing middle class. Everybody in the world is telling that the way that you can develop your country through a growing middle class is the way that you can grow. And for companies from India, the opportunities in Colombia and even in the LAC region, that means that taking advantages of this middle class that are buying more stuff, they have access to credit, and they have access to importation. This is important for you as a message. The fourth, we believe that the technology, knowledge, and experience for MSME companies from India is important for us to grow. And you are talking about the third more important country in Latin America saying this. We believe that India means for us really high technology application and solution, really efficient. And for us it's important because in this moment we have plenty of lands, for example, for agribusinesses, and we need the companies of India in order just to go there and help us in order to increase the products to export. This is an example, Mr. Robin. The other thing is that Colombians are perfect partners for Indian business people, and talking specifically for MSME companies, we do like partnership. And this is the only way we can do businesses. If you don't know the local market, okay, let's try just to do a partnership with a local business person. And we can help you from the government in doing this. The sixth point and the sixth message is Colombia, we believe, can become the hub for your commercial expansion in the LAC region. Okay, we are not trying to compete against Mexico, Peru, Chile, and then, no, we would like just to bring enough conditions and the tools to Indian middle, small companies to go to Colombia, develop your local market in Colombia. This is a 50 million local market, yeah, people. And then you can go through the free trade agreements we have to markets like, okay, again, Chile, Peru, Mexico, but also the United States. Finally, we want you to import for Colombia. Yes, this is our main goal. All the countries want to export. And the former panelist was saying this is important for you to be a global player in the way you can export more services. Indian services, they are really good. But also, yeah, we have the goal to you to import from Colombia. But the more important thing in this moment is that we want you to export from Colombia. Okay, this is really important for us. Okay, now, Colombia offers to the MSME companies a dynamic and stable economy. Actually, the first time there are 2 quarters in the last 30 years that Colombia has a negative growth. Just 2 quarters. And this is because of macroeconomic politics that are really good in Colombia with the central bank as the big player. So we give the central bank in 1991, the most important goal for them is just to control inflation. And if you control inflation, you can control the exchange rate and the interest rates. If you have a stable condition from the central bank through the inflation controlation, you can bring to the companies, even foreign companies that are protected by constitution, the condition that doesn't have any volatility in the market conditions. Okay, the middle class, really opportunities in businesses. We are strategic located. We are in the center of America, 17 trade agreements and more than 30 connecting routes, for example, to Europe and Asia. We have to say that Colombia was officially accepted by the OECD. This is important. That confirmed our dynamic and stable economy and the way we do things in there. Colombia has access to more than 60 countries. with more than 1 billion consumers. We are a member of the Pacific Alliance, something that is really important. In this moment from the Pacific Alliance is a big free trade agreement that we're running right now. And even Australia and Singapore, I'm just working in order just to become members of this alliance. Nearshoring option as an alternative? Yes, please. Take a look to this. I'm talking to the companies from the CII. Several and better trade agreements allows preferential access to regional markets. A strategic location, lower labor and operating cost in Colombia that allowed you to compete in the region. Attractive tax regime for foreign investor or foreign companies. We don't discriminate that you have an investment of, I don't know, $50,000 or an investment of $2 million. No, you are a foreign investor, and we treat you as a local investor as well. And finally, industrial and technological infrastructure needed. Now, opportunities, in order just to end, Mr. Robin. Actually, we believe that India can play a really important role, and I'm talking about the MSME companies, in new generation information technologies. Okay, they are big players, Wipro, Infosys, Tata Consulting, no. But we believe that the startups in India and the MSME companies can play an important role just in order just to offer this technology to Colombia. Software developments, agri-tech, and the more important thing for us, fruits and vegetables projects, agribusinesses. Finally, pharmaceutical products. We are working with the big players, yeah, absolutely. Some of them, CIPLA, Serum Institute of Technology, Biocom, but we need more companies interested in going to Latin America through Colombia. Medical devices, metalworking and engineers, Indian engineers, Mr. Robin, is really important. We are looking for technology transference to Colombia. And finally, construction materials. So this is the key messages I want just to tell you. We believe in companies. We believe in middle and small cap companies, and we can offer the condition in order just to become global players, but also American players. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. It was brilliant. It was really smart and short and focused. We have understood that we can make Colombia the hub for the Latin American region, Mexico, Peru, and of course, US is available to us. Chile, of course, goes without saying. Another information which you have given us, that we're looking for technology, which India can offer you for sure. And the very good news which you have given us, sir, is that you have adequate land. India is short of land, you have land. And therefore, perhaps what you just mentioned, agriculture, we can go there, set up our shops, do agriculture, bring our technology, and export to all over the world, especially to the Latin American region, which I presume would be the hub for us. So thank you so much, sir. It's a pity that you will have to go up early. Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone has a quick question for Mr. Sanchez, you can in fact unmute and ask, because he has to leave in 10 minutes. And obviously quickly, we will then have Namibia and Mauritius to follow Mr. Sanchez. Anyone has a quick clarification for Colombia, ladies and gentlemen?
Mr. Robin, I would like just to add something, is that the way that we are just trying to do businesses between Colombia and India is a really big experience. Actually, here in India, I am a small team with Mr. Haris Eskasaji, an ex-member of the CII, and he's the trade advisor of us. It's really important. And he's just teaching me that the more important thing, in order just to create more businesses between India and Colombia, is to reimagine distance and to understand culture. If you don't have this clear, there is no possibility to do the businesses. And the other thing is that it's really important through information, through trust, just to bring the Indian companies the sense that the expansion and the exportation and even the investment is important for them. This is why we are just trying to focus on this. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Sir, we would definitely, from on behalf of CII, we will now have more and more interactions with you so that we can actually make more concrete developments of MSMEs sharing with each other's advantages. Thank you, sir. Can I now request Mr. Oscar Sikanda, Trade Commissioner from Namibia, Council Commercial Namibia High Commission, if you could kindly deliver your small presentation. Mr. Sikanda, sir. Mr. Oscar Sikanda. I'm sorry, we are a little late, but we'll try to make good, sir.
I'll be just share my
Yes,
presentation.
we can see you, sir.
You see my
Not yet. Yes, it's coming. It's getting loaded. I can see it's getting loaded.
yeah.
Can you try once more, sir? Can you? It's not yet come.
It has not come.
No, I think you have to cancel your share and reshare if you can do that, perhaps. It was coming in, and
okay.
You can stop share and maybe share again. That might work.
Just I think I have closed it.
The IT cell, can you help Mrs. Kanda by any chance?
Sir, there would be a share button at the bottom of the screen next to the start video option.
Yes.
Once you click on that, you can then select the PPT presentation from the drop-down window.
I'm there, but I can't see the
third from the bottom, sir. Share. There is a small button called share.
Yeah, I'm making the share the window, but it's not coming. Maybe my colleague from Mauritius can start while I sort this out.
Okay. No problem, sir. Mr. Nandalal, would you be kind enough to start your session? Mr. Sivaraj Nandalal, Consular Investment and Trade, Market Development Asia Division, Consulate of Mauritius.
Yes, so thank you first of all, Mr. Robin, to invite us in this panel, and of course CII to give us this opportunity to make this presentation, and thank you to my good friend Oscar also, because I think he's still trying to sort out, so he gave me the opportunity. Thanks a lot, Mr. Oscar. So what I will do, I'll start sharing my presentation. Just 1 second. So share content. Yeah, it's here.
Yeah, it's getting loaded, sir.
Yeah. Is it visible?
It is getting loaded. Yes, it's visible now.
Okay.
Very
so
clear.
yeah. Okay.
Maybe you can maximize the screen, sir, if you can. Then
yeah. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, we heard the previous speakers and then Honorable Minister also, and our colleague from Colombia, Mr. Sanchez, he also spoke. So basically here we're speaking about, I think one underlying common, I would say, common factor that for everybody is to have partners. We're speaking about partnership. So whether it is partnership between China and Mauritius, or partnership between Namibia and Mauritius, or even Colombia and Mauritius, so it is all about partnership. It's about sharing. So we're not speaking about competition. We're speaking about cooperation and how we can help our SMEs, because the main I would say the main issue remains how we upgrade the SMEs from their current existing level to the next level where they become more efficient and they become more competitive in the global marketplace. So this is where we're speaking about, and my presentation will focus on the partnership aspect, especially between India and Mauritius. So just one second. Yeah, okay. So here, when we're speaking about the partnership, I think it is very important that we speak about how Mauritius can play that role when we're speaking about the partnership between India and Mauritius, especially in the SME space. And here we can see that, sorry about that. So just to briefly give you a quick overview about Mauritius. I mean, we are a small, I would say, island state, as we call it, and a small island development state since. And the population is 1,000 times less than what India is. I always say that, and it's very interesting. But however, even the population is small, we have a very dynamic and vibrant economy, which has grown over the years. 50 years after independence, we have grown our GDP over 35 times from what we were at the time of independence. Today, we have a GDP that is over 14,000 US dollars. In fact, recently the World Bank has classified Mauritius, has categorized Mauritius as a high income economy. And in terms of the population, as I mentioned, it is 1.3 million, and we do have bilateral agreements, whether it is about investment promotion protection agreements, or even if it is about double taxation treaties. So we do have agreements with a number of countries in the region that is in Africa, but also with countries around the world, including India. We have a hybrid system. So the hybrid system in terms of our legal structure, which is based on the British common law and also on the civil code of Code Napoleon, as we call it. So what are the main economic sectors that we can find in Mauritius? So here we're speaking about a few sectors that I'm going to just focus on. We are speaking about manufacturing, which is a main sector in Mauritius. We have tourism and the ocean economy, financial services, which is again another very important sector, ICT and BPO, real estate and property. But these are not the only sectors that we're speaking about, because when you speak about opportunities, it can be in any sector that we can look for opportunities. It is a niche area that you can focus on and find the opportunities there. So the other sectors that we do have include blue economy, logistics and free port, healthcare, education, film industry, as well as agriculture. At the time of independence, our economy was highly dependent on agriculture. Over 95% was on agriculture. Today, as we have progressed in terms of our economic development, agriculture has taken a backstage. It's only at 3%, but this doesn't mean that it is not an important sector. It continues to contribute to the economic growth of our country. So to give you a brief background of the Mauritian landscape in terms of the MSMEs, so what we see here is that it is a very strong pillar of the economy. Its contribution to the GDP is very, very important, highly important. In fact, I should say it is today at 40%. And the employment is over 50%, that is 55%. It is the biggest employer in Mauritius. So what is our definition of an MSME in Mauritius? It is based on the turnover of the company of the MSME. So we have the micro enterprises, the small enterprises, and the medium enterprise. So any company that is achieving a turnover of between 2 to 10 crore Indian rupees, then it is classified as a medium enterprise, or any enterprise which is below 40 lakh of Indian rupees, then it is a micro enterprise. And there is, I mean, the government has come up with a 10-year strategic plan for the MSME sector in Mauritius. And as we can see, the main focus is to grow the sector within this period of 10 years. For example, in terms of the GDP contribution, to achieve a GDP contribution of 52% within the period of 10 years. Even the employment generation, so it's going to increase because of the focus that is being put on the sector. The exports today, it's only at 3% or even less than 3%. But then during the period of 10 years for the strategic plan, so the exports are expected to grow and grow up to 18% of the total export value. And within this strategic plan, there are high impact initiatives that have been identified with key actions in very sectorial, specific sectoral actions, and as well as thematic actions. So, and of course, to support the sector, in Mauritius, the government has come up with various schemes. I think the most important factor when an MSME is growing is to look for markets for their products, whether it is a product or whether it is a service that they're offering. So, and here what we see that we do have an SME marketing support scheme that the government has put in place to support the MSME sector to grow. There is a scheme for development of technology and innovation. We're speaking about startups. We're speaking about the digitalization of companies. I mean, today the buzzword has become digitalization. It is being talked in the boardrooms or even in a one-member company. So it's the same. Technology is at the core today of every development. So government has come up with a technology and innovation scheme. At the same time, we do know that when we speak about MSME, sometimes there is a shortage in terms of their capability, that is a technical capability, or even in terms of their requirements, whether it is about HR, about finance, about marketing, about technical skills. So there is also a scheme to develop the MSMEs internally. That is an internal capability development scheme. So like this, there are so many other schemes, but very important also to mention is that during this pandemic period, that is during this time, so government has also come up with very supportive measures to help the MSMEs and all the other companies as well through the wage assistance scheme, and also to provide moratorium on loans and principal, payment of the loans, and also on the interest, and all those schemes are there today to support the MSME sector. So not later than I think 2-3 weeks back. So our government held a workshop for the MSMEs in Mauritius, and also how to build resilience for this sector, which is very important, as I mentioned earlier. And there have been major themes that have been discussed during this workshop. Some of the themes are here mentioned here, like how to encourage more entrepreneurship and technopreneurs, greening of the MSMEs, development of new markets, products and services, and all those upgrading technology and innovation. So these themes have been discussed, and action points have been identified. So now the action points are being developed so that to make this sector more resilient, especially during this COVID-19 time. So having mentioned all this, so I think it is very important to mention why Mauritius can become an important partner for Indian companies, whether it is in terms of services or in terms of products or goods production. So, and here there are three main underlying factors that Mauritius can play can be a good partner for Indian MSMEs that are looking to expand their markets in terms of their products, or even to use, I would say, to have their technology to be developed further in terms of use and access. So we're speaking about the business environment that Mauritius has, the infrastructure, and also the sectoral advantages that Mauritius provides. So when we speak about the business environment, here it is, we can see that in terms of the structure, today the corporate tax in Mauritius for companies it's at 15%. However, for companies which are exporting from manufacturing and exporting from Mauritius, so the tax is reduced to 3%. In addition to that, there is also a provision of providing tax holidays for a period of 8 years for certain category of activities. For example, if a pharma manufacturing company decides to set up in Mauritius, so they're going to benefit from an 8-year tax holiday period. There is no capital gains tax. We have a bilingual population, which is English and French. At the same time, there is a third language can be spoken. The business language in Mauritius is officially English. French is widely spoken. We have good workforce. However, we need more of talents in Mauritius, so we are welcome to MSMEs that are looking to partner with Mauritius and Mauritian companies in terms of bringing talents, in terms of bringing technology and all that. And company cooperation is fairly easy process. It can be done within a day, that is 2 hours maximum. Foreign ownership is allowed at 100%, and there is no restriction on capital. That is a free movement of capital. We know that in India, there is the requirement to get approval from the authorized dealers or from the RBI, but in Mauritius, it is very free to move capital in and out. And when we speak of the environment, I think, as I mentioned earlier, the market access becomes very important. And here we can see that Mauritius, we do have preferential market access to nearly 1/4 of the world population. We have an agreement under the Sub-Saharan African, for Sub-Saharan Africa rather, under the AGOA, which is Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, that allows duty-free access of made in Mauritius products to the United States. There is a list of over 6,500 product categories that can be exported to United States duty-free, subject to value addition criteria. This is one. The second one is the economic partnership agreement that we have with the EU. So under this agreement, again, there is a duty-free provision, that is products which are manufactured in Mauritius, made in Mauritius, then they are exported duty-free to the European Union. We have a free trade agreement with Turkey. We have a free trade agreement we have already signed with China. And we do have very important agreements within the region, that is with Africa. And here we're speaking of a population of combined population of 600 million consumers in Africa, that is a SADC, Southern African Development Community, and COMESA, which is Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. So these two markets, again, provide duty-free access to the region. So here, and very interestingly, we have already concluded, I would say, an agreement with India, that is the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation and Partnership Agreement. This has been concluded. Signature is being awaited. So once the signature is complete, signature process is completed, then this will become operational, and it will give a further boost to the trade and investment between India and Mauritius. So as I mentioned, we have a preferential market access to over 25% of the world population. And it is very important also to mention, because we don't want to boast ourselves in terms of what we have achieved, but we see that in terms of the international accolades, the World Bank has classified Mauritius, ranked Mauritius as the 13th out of 190 countries in terms of the ease of doing business. So we are 13th globally, first in Africa. In terms of good governance, we are first in Africa again. And in terms of the global competitive index, we can see that we have recently, the recent report that came out, we have gained 30 positions. Now we are 52nd in out of 140 countries. So the infrastructure, we can see that is, we do have the infrastructure for the broadband connectivity, linking the rest of the world. Same thing in terms of the sea infrastructure, that is in logistics. So we do have a port. Because of the size of the island, of course, we have just one single port, and there is also a container terminal at the port, which makes it very efficient for movement of cargo in and out of Mauritius. I was just reading a news article this morning from one of our local newspapers in Mauritius, and they were mentioning that there is an issue of import of products from India by our companies due to a shortage of due to the current pandemic issue. The result is that there is a shortage of containers in India to be able to ship out the goods from India. So our companies are facing the issue of importing from India today. So there have been some developments that has happened in the port. So the port has been expanded in terms of its capacity. air connectivity, again, we are connected to the world, and from India we are connected through 4 cities almost daily: Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, and Bangalore. And of course, with the current situation, so the frequency flights have been reduced, but then I'm sure that after the situation is normalized, then we are going to connect again through the 4 cities. Some more developments are coming in terms of air cargo hub at the airport. And we do have a very beautiful lifestyle in Mauritius, which I think is very important, because we have to make sure that there is a work-life balance as well. And I would like to very quickly take you through the manufacturing sector in Mauritius, because this is one of the major sectors that is important in Mauritius. And here we would like to just quickly show you that we are a platform where several type of products are being manufactured in Mauritius and exported. As I mentioned earlier, the market access, the duty-free access that we have allows us to produce and export duty-free out of Mauritius. So we're speaking about textile and apparel, jewelry, food and beverages, precision and light engineering products, printing and packaging, electronics, medical devices, and seafood products also. And these products are also available for companies that would like to import from Mauritius into India. Because today, when we look at the trade statistics between Mauritius and India, the import from Mauritius to India stands at around $20 million, while the exports from India to Mauritius are over $800 million. So yeah, I mentioned about the products. So what are the opportunities? The opportunities are into medical and pharmaceutical devices manufacturing, automotives, recycling industries, high precision components, jewelry and watchmaking, technical textiles, electronics. And we do have industrial premises where these activities can be developed. So this is a map of the different industrial spaces that we can see in Mauritius. And as I mentioned, that is one of the focus areas that we are giving priority and actively encouraging companies to set up is pharmaceutical products manufacturing. So we do have set up a pharmaceutical and life sciences park with service land which is available, or even buildings. So companies that would like to come and set up or even partner with local companies in Mauritius, so we would like to welcome these type of activities in Mauritius. So everybody, I mean, there can be no presentation without speaking about the current pandemic. So I think which is very important that we mention here is that during this pandemic time, how our companies have adapted very quickly to the situation, and they have shifted production. For example, the textile and apparel companies today, they are producing medical equipment, I mean medical clothing, that is a PPE kits and all that. So we do have sugarcane in Mauritius, from where we're producing alcoholic beverages, that is rum and all that. But today, the alcohol that is available has also been made available for the production of sanitizers, hand sanitizers. So this is already happening. And e-commerce, so the consumer shift towards online shopping has taken a phenomenal rise. Manufacturing industries now are looking to adapt flexible solutions to meet the demand supply chain. And so it is also very important when we're speaking about setting up in Mauritius that we look at how an investor or a company or even somebody who wants to come and work in Mauritius, what are the opportunities and how this can be done. So basically, we do have specific schemes which we call under the occupation permit scheme, that is for investors, for professionals, for self-employed, or even for innovators. And here it is very interesting to know that we had a situation where the threshold was quite high. Today we have reduced the threshold for companies to come and set up in Mauritius. So a minimum investment of $50,000 allows an investor to come and set up in Mauritius. So very quickly, so a few words about the Economic Development Board. We are an agency that operates under the aegis of the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, and we have four main core thrust areas, which are economic planning, that is strategic economic planning, trade and investment promotion, country branding, and business facilitation. So the EDB acts as a one-stop shop for investors or professionals who want to come to Mauritius. And we do have offices around the world, and in Mumbai, we do have an office. This is where I'm sitting. So representing the Economic Development Board with the support, of course, of the Consulate of the Republic of Mauritius in Mumbai. So I think it is very important also to mention that there is one famous African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. This is where the partnership is very important, whether it is about technology, about financing, about capital, about manufacturing, about exporting, about finding markets. This is very important. So we have to work together in this journey. So I would like to thank you all for my presentation and giving me this time and the opportunity. If you want to take down my coordinates, it's available on the screen. So I would like to thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Robin, for giving me this opportunity and for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Suraj Nandlal. That was a brilliant presentation. Who cannot think of Mauritius and holidays? I have been to the country myself more than 12 times, and I would recommend everyone to have a holiday there for sure. It's the finest countries. Sir, it was a brilliant presentation. So much we can do. The greatest advantage is, of course, that it is almost at the center of the world. And I can see, we can all see that you have duty-free inroads into US and Europe, including African countries, provided it is made in Mauritius. Sugar and pharmacy, I've definitely picked up 2 ideas. Tourism goes without saying, and financial services. So thank you, sir. We will obviously have some questions, I'm sure. And now I would request Mr. Oscar Sikanda from Namibia, if you could see whether the system works now. Mr. Sikanda, please. Councillor,
Yes.
Commercial, Namibia High Commission.
You hear me? I think they are displaying my presentation.
Yes, sir.
So, can he change for me? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and good evening, my fellow panelists and my friend Swaraj, and the presenter from Colombia. I want also to extend a word of thanks to the organizers for inviting Namibia to share business opportunities that exists between India and Namibia. The offset, let me also mention that COVID-19 have brought a lot of challenges, but at the same time, also exposed opportunities that are within the country. I say so because countries like Namibia, which relies mostly on imports, were very much affected when borders were closed. So that made government to realize that we need to develop industries domestically. Is very, very important. With those few remarks, let me go straight to my presentation. Okay, for those who might not know where Namibia is in the southern part of Africa, with the neighboring countries, neighboring South Africa, Botswana, Zambia. You can see it on the map. Namibia is a big country of 824,000 square kilometers. It's the second least densely populated country in the world with a 2.5 million population. English is our official language. Namibia got independence in 1990. So Namibia have enjoyed political and economic stability over the years. They are a multi-democratic country. There's peace and stability in the country, and there's prudent fiscal policy in place, and the economy, there's very good economic growth until COVID came in. And that's about the economy. In terms of the GDP, we are a small nation like my fellow colleague from Mauritius. We are 18,000 billion GDP. And we are a net importer products. And our currency is pegged on one-on-one basis against the South African rand. So we use almost the same currency, and you can buy each country with the same currency. And it's likely stronger than the rupees. In terms of our exports, we are mainly a mineral country. Diamonds for making the biggest exporting in terms of the value. Copper, gold, of course, there's fish, beef, and meat. In terms of imports, machinery and other stuff, food stuff, those are all on the list of imports. I'll share later the import between India and Namibia. In terms of the rankings in the world, Namibia does very well in terms of international indicators, and this has been recognized by international agencies. Like in Africa, Namibia ranks #1 in terms of road infrastructure. There's freedom of speech. We rank #1 if you check by Reporters Without Borders. Then the financial system is very good. One of the sophisticated financial system that we have. Good governance, we rank #5 in Africa. And in terms of corruption index, we are sixth least corrupt country, of course, in Africa. In terms of competitiveness, we rank #7. These are all terms of doing business in Africa. Namibia has abundant resources. One of the biggest resource is uranium. We have got diamonds, which we say we are the 12th largest diamond producer. Of course, there are other minerals, but fish and the other indigenous plants that exist in Namibia. I'm going to speak to the opportunities in these sectors later. In terms of the location, Namibia is we are saying strategically located to save the SADC market, Southern African Development Community. Because of the excellent infrastructure that exists, there's a good connectivity between Namibia and the neighboring countries. So we have got a 2.5 million population. For those who are coming to set up business in Namibia, they will look at a population of 300 million within SADC region. And Namibia is a member of the Southern African Customs Union, which is composed of South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, and Eswatini. Within these countries, there's no duties when one exports products. So beside that, we are also looking at the 1.3 billion population in terms of the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade once it comes into operation. Furthermore, government have also negotiated market access for Namibian products with the EU, with the US under AGOA, with EFTA, MECOSO. There's also an ongoing negotiation with India, SACU India negotiation, that hopefully will be concluded in the near future to also provide market opportunity for both countries. Every investor would want their investments to be safe. In Namibia, we have got a Foreign Investment Act that provides equal treatment of national and foreign investors. They are all the same footing. Full protection of investment. There's no description of the local participation, but we encourage joint venture. And any company is free to repatriate its full 100% profit, provided it meets its obligations. Okay, that's an overview of some companies that have footprints in Namibia. Vendetta is there, Mahindra is there, doing very well, and other international companies. In terms of opportunities in the sectors, there are 6 major economic sectors where we are looking at India for investment. Agriculture, we are talking of agro-processing. Namibia imports about 65% of food requirement from South Africa, mostly. This is due to the historic relations between Namibia and South Africa. Namibia was a colony of South Africa, so most of the industries were not very much developed in Namibia. So that supply, government would, they are looking at manufacturing in Namibia, provide the local market. The same diamonds, in terms of minerals, diamonds, we are looking for value addition, jewelries and energy. There's a shortage of energy. So solar is also, there's an opportunity for solar energy in Namibia. Transport, okay, I see it moved, okay, no, that's fine. Okay, manufacturing, maybe we can go to that. Manufacturing, in terms of manufacturing, there are a number of sectors, I mean, areas that we are looking at. Car parts, pharmaceutical, information technology as well is also another area that we are looking at. This slide, I just deliberately put it there to show which are the low-hanging fruits, which are mostly importing as a country that one can look at immediately for investment. Next slide. Those are basically the statistics between India and Namibia. Most of our, a lot of pharmaceutical products are being imported from India, cereals, rice, and all these. But India is also importing semi-precious stones and the other components from Namibia. Okay, this one we can move on. These are some of the Indian companies that are have invested in Namibia. In terms of support, we are saying that in Namibia Investment Center, it's the first port of call for the anyone to do business in Namibia. They offer all these services, financing. They need some finances, local partners. The Namibia Investment Center is an investment promotion arm of government, so they will be able to assist free cost. Okay, next. Okay, that's basically how one can get to Namibia through Ethiopian Airways or Qatar Airways. Next. Okay, that in short is my presentation. Thank you very much. I have my details there for those who want to contact me. We can talk further. I'm based in Delhi. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Oscar Sikanda. That was a wonderful presentation. beautiful country I know Namibia is. The greatest advantage is it's the country which has had access to almost the southern region of the African continent, including South Africa. Clearly, minerals is a huge opportunity, including diamonds, where I think Indian SMEs have a core advantage. So we have learned a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, we have almost run out of time. It's 5:58. We are 30 minutes behind schedule. We had wonderful discussions on Colombia, Mauritius, and Namibia. We have just about 2 minutes. If anyone has a quick question, you can either put it on Q&A or unmute yourself. We have Namibia and Mauritius still there. Unfortunately, Mr. Juan Sanchez of Colombia had to leave early. So ladies and gentlemen, if 1 or 2 quick questions we can take, maybe because we have just about 2 minutes left. Okay, sir, I have a quick question one for Mauritius and one for Mauritius and one for Namibia. Sir, for Mauritius, what do you think? And the greatest advantage is we can open a company in 2 hours time. What do you think will be the greatest advantage? What's your greatest or biggest, let's say, idea for an Indian SME to start business there? What sector do you think you feel the SMEs from India can do very well? Maybe 1 or 2 quick sectors if you could mention, sir. Mr. Nandlal, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible now? Is it okay?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question, Mr. Robin. So first of all, I think it's very important to understand that our economy is 70% service oriented. So given that there is some background noise, so am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay. So yeah, I'm saying that the economy is 70% service oriented, service driven. So huge opportunities in service sectors. So here I will mention 2 sectors very briefly. One is the financial services sector. For example, we're speaking about fintech, and India in terms of technology is very strong. So fintech companies can start setting up in India. This is the first one. Second one is again technology related, so IT companies. So today we're speaking about big data analytics, artificial intelligence. So in those areas, companies can come and set up, or even setting up an e-commerce platform. That is also possible, because we're speaking about nearshoring, making the supply chain leaner and more accessible for exports and import activities. And when you speak about the goods production side, pharmaceutical and food processing. Food processing and pharmaceutical are very important sectors that we are encouraging today. Government is actively providing incentive measures for companies to set up. So yeah, these are the few sectors that I would like to mention. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So 5 sectors you mentioned, sir. One is IT, second is e-commerce, third is fintech. These are the 3 service sectors, and pharma and food processing are the 2 other manufacturing sectors. I know sugarcane is huge for Mauritius. Well, thank you so much, sir. Same question, sir, I have for Mr. Oscar Sikandar. What are the 1 or 2 sectors which you think our SMEs should focus on if we want to go to Namibia?
The very important one is agriculture, like I've mentioned. We are looking at farm mechanization, green scheme, irrigation systems, equipment, fertilizers. That's in agriculture. Of course, food processing, very, very important. Like I've mentioned, we are importing about 65% of the food. The government is trying to change that. Pharmaceutical, yes, that is also very important because we do not have any pharmaceutical plant within the country and we are importing. In terms of that, what sometimes we say is that not necessarily to put up a factory that manufacture, but if you bring in your raw materials and repackage for the regional market. That is also considered value addition within the country. And then we are also looking at solar energy. Namibia have got 365 days light, sunshine. So solar energy is one of the alternatives to solve the energy problem in Namibia, and the government is looking at that, especially rural electricity. And of course, the last one, the information technology. We are living in the, with the fourth industrial revolution, we are looking at increasing information technology within the country. So that's very important. India is good in that. So those are the major areas that Indian companies can look at in Namibia. Of course, there are others, but those are key.
Well, thank you, sir. I think you really gave us 5-6 areas: missionaries, food processing, which you really want to do. 60-70% of your food is imported. Pharma sector is what you said. Re-exporting, import, repackaging, and re-exporting because of duty advantages we can get for the region. Solar, I think that's a great opportunity. You said 365 days you have sunshine, and maybe I'm not too sure whether one can make solar there, power, and export to South Africa or to your own country. Obviously, we can discuss that, and IT and information technology. So thank you, sir. So many ideas for all our MSME colleagues. Sir, unfortunately, both of you did a wonderful job, sir. Both I want to thank Mr. Nandalal and Mr. Sikanda for a wonderful presentation. Of course, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you, sir. We have run out of time, and thank you so much. We will definitely keep in touch on behalf of CII. Our humble submission to all of you, both of you, sir, in case we can do anything, and in case you want to reach anyone, although you don't need to, you can do it yourself, but we will be very happy to do so, a bridge between you and Indian government. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We sincerely appreciate your time. God bless you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Namaskar. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Over to the CII team, please.
Thank you, moderator and the esteemed speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning with our next panel discussion, which is on adopting digitization to boost MSME productivity. May I invite the session moderator, Mr. Ninad Karpe, past chairman, CII Western Region and partner 100x.vc. Our esteemed speakers, Ms. Madhumita Ghosh, Solution and Service Lead, Cognitive and AI Process, IBM India, Mr. Tabriz Ahmed, Group Director, Government Affairs and Public Policy, Dell Technologies, and Mr. Sunil Khanna, Non-Executive Chairman, Vertiv Energy Private Limited. Welcome, esteemed panelists. May I now request the moderator to kindly start the session. Over to you, Mr. Karpe.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm aware that we are running fairly late, so I will try and hasten up the proceedings and wind it down by 6:40 or so. If you have any questions, you can write it in your comments column and I will take it up as and when possible. So we'll have a nice tight 35-40 minute session. I'm aware, so I'll try and wind it down, but we will make it meaningful. I can promise you that the next 35-40 minutes will certainly be meaningful. So we have Sunil Khanna with us, non-executive chairman, Vertiv Energy. He's a very dear friend, and as usual, dear friends get all my tough questions. We have Madhumita Ghosh, Solution and Service Lead, Cognitive and AI Process, IB, and Public Policy, Dell Technologies. So MSME and productivity digitization, all three words are very critical. MSME is a large sector. 75 million MSMEs presently will move to 105 million in 2024. Let me get going with my good friend Sunil. What do you think or adoption by MSME in the pre-COVID era? Was it just lack of urgency? Was it budgets or no sense of? Was the real reason? Sunil?
I got muted. Yeah. Hi, good evening, everyone. Is my voice clear? Hello? Is my
Yes, sir,
voice
you're
clear?
clearly audible, sir.
Okay. Thanks, Ninath. As they say, necessity is the mother of invention. And yes, to some extent, I would say lack of urgency was obviously one of the biggest reasons for delayed adoption of technology by MSME. See, in India, we have close to about 75 lakhs registered MSME, and almost 87, 88% of them are in micro sector. Only 2 or 3% are in medium sector. Now, there are various reasons why, I can think of various reasons why MSMEs have not been able to adopt technology in time, like buy-in from senior management, unclear economic benefit, return on investments, investment costs, lack of skilled labor and resources needed to adopt these technologies. Now, what we have seen is in the past, e-commerce has been one of the prime mover in addressing the need of, all these needs, increasing adoption of technology by MSME. Players like Amazon, they have made commitment to invest $1 billion in digitization of MSME, and they plan to, increase the export by MSME to close to about by $10 billion in the next 5 years. Now, this is not the first time we have seen this kind of crisis. Recollect, in the early 90s, we had the Indian economic crisis. We had Asian crisis in 97, 98. We had dot-com burst. We had seen 9/11, economic meltdown in 2008, 2009, and now this COVID. However, if you really see, there are companies, who adopt technologies, who are into analytics, who get early alerts, that they are able to adopt to these changing times very fast. And I can give you example of my own company, previous company, Emerson. Emerson is one of the top, 5 companies who have been giving increased dividend year after year for the last 63 years. There are only 5 companies in 60 plus. Emerson is one of them. Dover, 3M, Procter and Gamble are the other companies. Now, this is not by fluke, it is by design. Companies who invest in technology, early warning, they can see what is going to come and then adopt their business processes in manufacturing, sales in line with the changes that are taking place. Now, for the company to stay competitive, it's very important that their suppliers are also equally competitive, because after all, they are supplying products, solutions to these large companies. And large companies like Emerson, they work with MSME, they work on technology, they work on their supply chain, on their non-value added cost, how to reduce ERP systems, which are very important for MSME to really track their asset parameters, like what is their ITO, what is their DSO. So these things, these companies, they have been, helping with MSME. But yes, the adoption of technology, we have seen because of e-commerce, service sector has managed to adopt these technology very well. And thanks to global players, e-commerce coming in. But when it comes to manufacturing sector, we find a lack of technology in manufacturing sector. The focus, when you talk about IoT 4.0 or technology in manufacturing, primarily it is taken as industrial automation, but not in a true sense what is IoT. And this is where India has to invest to see to it the manufacturing sector, which is the backbone of our economy, which has to grow to 25 to 23, 24% from the current 16% contribution that can generate additional jobs, because every additional job in manufacturing adds 3 jobs in service sector. So it's very important technology adoption in manufacturing sector, which is lacking, and there are reasons for that. We don't have the good labs. manufacturing setup, the MSME can't have their own R&D. They need a centralized test lab, tools, things like that. And we have seen some movement in that. And I can quote you an example on smart manufacturing, Automation Industry Association. I mean, I'm one of the founding member of that. I was the past president of that. Along with IIT, we have set up a lab for smart manufacturing in IIT Delhi, and that is primarily focusing on the MSME sector. So there are steps. The government is also investing. So yes, the movement is there. The urgency is required.
Movement is there, urgency is required. I will come to this aspect of large my other panelists to break. But before that, I'll come to Madhumita. Madhumita, if you may respond to the second question. And again, viewers, please put it in the comments column. I'll take it up. We will not have time at the end to take individual questions by asking people to put on their video. So please put your question right up as and when possible. Adopting digitization to boost MSME productivity. Madhumita, this is a very, very broad motherhood statement. If I'm owner of MSME, I would say, Madhumita, tell me what is the first step I should take. I'm not technologically savvy. I have not adapted to technology. Let me know what is the first step I need to take.
Yeah, I think this is a question for many, and this is the question of during this need of the hour. And first of all, good evening, everybody, and thank you for inviting me here in this panel discussion with these eminent people over here and dignitaries. Now, I will just repeat a little bit, and I will extend certain comments following what Sunil just mentioned. Now, one thing, even at our fraternity and various working with various MSME and friends, the basic fundamental gap what I personally found is there is a process, the gap between process and technology adoption. Now, what had happened in the past, I mean, as and when required, it is not only with the MSMEs, even with the large organization, as and when the technology came and we started embracing that anyway we have to do. However, the complete information mapping and the process mapping, so there we later on when we movement there we found that a gap exists because lots of information are sitting in silos in various systems. Now when we talk about it, what happens, we later on a hell lot of effort of migrating that entire piece that takes a a lot of time, effort and money. Now for MSMEs, my only point in the very beginning would be what are the various process by function by LOB. If we can very meticulously map that as a user journey point of view, and then if we start mapping how and where we are from the data digitization point of view, from analog to digitized, how much effort I need to put, number one. Number two, how I will collaborate and work closely with intra LOBs and inter LOBs. That is a point two. Third point, instead of reinventing the wheel and wasting or in my energy, or not wasting, I mean channelizing my energy into lots of energy in the R&D, if we can collaborate and co-create what is already existing in the market. Number one, collaborating with lots of institutions like IITs in the world, and to so that we can get the help from them from the incubation to productize that entire piece. So these are the certain area I think very, very crucial for the MSMEs. Either you are starting up or you want to do a turnaround.
Great. Dev, I'm delighted you gave some very, very specific points, for MSMEs. I will move to the fact that large companies like Emerson and the earlier avatar of Vertiv used to help. What are the specific things? Do you think MSMEs can look up to the large corporates to help them in either in terms of technology assistance, guidance, implementation? Is it possible? Is that system workable or it's not working? On that.
Thanks, Anand. Just to also thank CII for putting this together. This is very timely conference. Coming back to your question, most of the large corporation, at least 3, I can say I have worked in the past and currently I am working now, have some program, some project to support MSME. It's also because when from large corporation point of view, they find in MSME a great partner. We depend on MSME also. And because of that, there is some kind of program, and particularly I have worked in technology companies, so I will restrict what technology companies are doing. Currently, for example, we are deeply engaged with NASSCOM for their startup and MSME division, where there are 10,000 plus startup and around 4,000 plus MSME, whom we are providing, support in terms of giving special prices and also deciphering some of the latest technology. NASSCOM members are tech companies, but still they need to be told how to take advantage of certain new coming technology. We are also engaged with CII. There is a division called Center for Digital Transformation. There, the members are non-technical companies in non-technology background. The challenge of deciphering technology for them increases. What our experience is there that, it becomes difficult for a large corporation to engage with a small company one-to-one. So the model there should be one-to-many. One way to go is to have cluster approach. And when we go in cluster, large corporation, when we bring our technology, that should not be way. We have to solve a problem. Please understand, for smaller companies, they don't have the skilled manpower to interpret what technology offer is from a large corporation, and they don't have appetite also. They want to solve certain problem, and the model there should be, and what I have done in 3-4 companies, bring a local partner. And that local partner, maybe in Coimbatore, for example, or Tripur, for example, a Tamil-speaking local partner, service provider, who solve the problem. This is one. We have to also understand some other challenges which we have realized. One is that they don't have they always struggle for working capital. They don't have money for their growth, and deploy technology. That becomes a huge challenge. The other is to show the result. The entrepreneur who is leading the micro, small, medium enterprises, that entrepreneur is not having time and not having patience, not having patience for a long gestation period to give the result. So how to bring quickly the result? And I will show you, I will also talk about one example to make my point very clear. We were engaged with the textile cluster, and there was huge amount of wastage when the new person comes and they cut garment or something like that. We created a simulation software and quickly showed them that there is a 40% productivity enhancement there. So the person is not wasting something. Person is first practicing on a software and then coming to work. The last point I will say here, our experience is that the way we engage micro, small, and medium, hell lot of difference. So our go-to-market strategy has to be quite different depending upon the size of the target audience we are looking at. So these are some of the observations. I stop here.
Ask a quick follow-up question in 10 seconds
Sure.
you can respond. Who should take the first step? Should it be the cluster of MSMEs supplying to the, let's say, large manufacturing, or should company? Who should take that first step of doing this?
I think it has to be Big Brother, and some of us are already doing it, and we should do it. In terms of, for example, COVID came, and we decided that and I'm sure other are also doing it, that we have to pay within 30 days. If we are paying more than 30 days, then we have to pay interest. Okay, so a lot of interventions are beyond technology, but when it comes to technology, I feel the responsibility lies on large corporation.
Okay, great. So the big brother, large corporations, please listen. That's what Tabriz is saying. And if you are an sit across the table with the large corporation you're dealing with and talk to them and various points which have been mentioned. Viewers, again, I'm repeating, if you have questions, please post it. We are going to stop at 6:40, so we have exactly 15 minutes more. I can go on and on asking questions, but if you have, please post it. I'll take it in the middle of the discussion. Madhumita, I want to come back to you, and this is a conversation I've had with many MSMEs. When you tell them you have to adopt digital, they say, "Arey, Ninad, I already have a website. What's more? What's there? I am digital." Then I say, "No, that's not enough." He said, "Of course not. I have a website." What do you say to MSME like that?
Ninad, this is even I do come across while in many conversation. Now the fun part here is since last 22 years I am in the industry, and when the moment we start adopting and embracing newer technology or newer terminology come in market, say for example BI analytics, then big data, then AI and digitization, we use it, yes, and sometimes lots of due to myths and misconception and understanding, many a times we abuse also. So that is a sad part towards it. Now, digitization, when we talk, it does not necessarily mean that it is only related to website or e-com and whatever I am doing in that particular scenery. Even I personally feel if I'm doing some manipulation and some exercise or some calculation in Excel, and I am just upgrading that or minimizing my time and effort by writing some macro, that is also a way ahead in the digitization. I don't think that I only have to take a bigger route or a bigger step. With the current as is process, if I need to enhance and my efficiency, I have an opportunity to still do that within the limited availability of the tools and technology. That is point number one. Point number two, in the very beginning when I mentioned about process mapping, so lots of things are.
Excuse me, Madhumita. If you could be a little loud, your audio is a little low.
Okay, yeah. Am I? It's clear now.
Yes, ma'am, much better.
Yeah, I know you're. I know you're, Madhumita. I know you're soft-spoken, but unfortunately, I'll have to.
So the point what I mentioned already is that with the limited tools and technology what we have at present, instead of right now going forward a big technology shift with the, if I do up right now process mapping and upskill in that same tools and technology to the great extent, I think that is the point number one we should look at. The moment you are doing a tools and technology shift, yes, the investment is involved in that. Point number one. Point number two, how I am doing my business and what are the process around inside and also to the customer facing basis the market scenario, whatever technology adoption I need to do, as you were Sunil was mentioning, and you mentioned about IoT and even blockchain to a great extent in those areas, especially in the manufacturing, the IoTs and the sensor based various technologies. I think then we need to, go about taking those, in the technology peripheral and then to move around. So that's a thing I think will upskilling and then reskilling. That way,
Upskilling
thing.
and then reskilling. Great. No, I think great, Madhusita. You're giving very specific points. I'm delighted to your specific point. So over to you, Sunil. Sunil, I started by asking you why MSMEs have been slow in adopting. You gave some points. With great difficulty, they put these budgets together. And for MSME, it's not easy to put IT budgets together. After that, what? The fact of the matter is you require technology refresh, really follow up. How does the MSME do all that? With great difficulty, they've invested. And then what? Do you have any thoughts surrounding that?
Well, I'm not keeping my video on. I'm in a low bandwidth area.
Sure.
See, nothing happens without the pull from customers and the push by ecosystem. See, every industry vertical of MSME will have a different speed of adoption, and every organization within the industry vertical will have varied experience. It's not going to be uniform across. It depends on the maturity level of the business and how they take care of all the aspects of tech adoption. The organizations who have thoughtfully invested in these aspects of technology adoption, right from prioritization to spending time in training. We were talking about skilling, upskilling, hiring the right resources to give a solid base to the organization, so that they have a solid base in the organization and supported by large players. And we have seen like e-commerce, Amazon, Flipkart. Similarly, we have seen Oyo. These companies, they have adopted the technology. They are reaping the benefit. The MSME people are all, of course, they are all smart people. They have come into business. They are trying to reap the benefits. They are trying to adopt the technology. And during the COVID time, they have seen the benefit. Some of these companies, they have seen the benefit. I can give you examples of some companies, including one of our suppliers, who is a sheet metal supplier to us. They are also in furniture business. And during the COVID time, they were finding it difficult, hard, how to sell. The business was down. They started thinking. And we discussed on various ideas. They need to get in touch with their customers, prospective customers, start augmented reality, first of all, create a database, start, on the social network, start getting in touch, promote their products, show on the video. And with that, they could see their sales started going up. So adopting technology, they have seen the benefit of these technologies. So any company that has seen the benefit will try to continue adopting technology. They have seen what is the ROI on investing in these technologies. Now, of course, the way the technology is changing from time to time, refreshing, investing in technology is something that they have to continue. Without that, the business, profitability, growth will be at stake. So that realization has come in a lot of MSMEs. We are interacting with several of them in our company. We have seen others also. And so I can see once they have started seeing the benefit, they would like to continue reaping the benefits from these technology adoption. And the good thing is, in India, we have seen a very good digital infrastructure. While we saw the power interruption, the total power in Mumbai was down for 3 to 5 hours. We have not seen a communication breakdown in this COVID time. And that is the prime, key thing. Today, everyone is, corresponding with each other, talking to each other, in touch with each other through digital media. So government has invested a lot in expanding the digital infrastructure in India. So we have a solid base. India is, in fact, the #1 consumer of data in the world, close to about 12 GB per month per head. which is the highest in the world. We
And
have a
cheapest
very good
also, Sunil.
infrastructure now on digital side. Technology adoption is taking place. The infrastructure is there. And I see no reason why MSMEs will not continue to adopt these technologies for the growth of their business.
Great, great. Thanks, Sunil.
So
I
over
think
to you, Ninad.
that was very comprehensive. No panel discussion is complete without referring to the role of the government, which is always, yeah, Sunil, we can hear you. We heard your comments. So as I was saying, no panel discussion is complete without referring to the role of the government. And I will move to Tabriz so the government MSME sector's contribution to GDP from current 29% to 50% in 5 years. How can the government help in this? Can MSMEs look to support from the government from a technology perspective for this?
Yeah. Thanks a lot. So in normal times, I think this target 29 to 50% in 5 years is ambitious, I will say. In pandemic, where MSMEs are, the badly hit segment, I will say, this looks all the more ambitious to me. But nevertheless, with the right practical policy intervention, it can be achieved. But the policy intervention from government has to be very sharp. Implementation has to be with excellence, I will say, implementation. You are right that technology is the solution. Please keep in mind that most of the unicorn or mega companies or a startup, they were all small. The only difference is that they use technology to the best of their ability and really make the difference gone from level to level. I feel government has done one very good thing, and I congratulate government on that, to do away with the criteria of deciding MSME based on investment in plant and machinery. That used to, because of the cap, that used to stop MSME in investing more into latest technology in the manufacturing process. So that's very good a step, but more is to be done. That's not good enough. I feel, I remember Nitin Gadkari ji said in Nagpur program of CII only, and that's what is my, I feel it will go a long way to help MSME, and that is to allow micro and small, or maybe not micro, I will say small and medium enterprises to generate money from the equity market. Okay, and government is allowing that. So that's a very encouraging thing. The second, I think, the important practical policy intervention should be to incentivize MSME for tech adoption. Provide them real support. Government provides a lot of support. And I was surprised to know that there are 13 ministries, not micro and small enterprises ministry, but 13 ministries having their own schemes for MSME. Most of the schemes are not even known. And if they know, they do not know how to take advantage of. It could be textile ministry having its own, IT ministry having its own, things like that. So I feel with these kind of, where they can generate money, when government really incentivize and give them tax benefit to deploy technology, and then as your first question, bring the ecosystem around on technology adoption. If that happens, probably we can reach 50%. But right now, to be very honest, we have to be realistic. It was looking very, very tough target to me. Thanks a lot.
No, great. That was a great response. So we have to get the ecosystem together. We have just a couple of minutes, so I will ask one last one to all the panelists. So Madhumita, please keep your response very, very brief. I want to really wind this down in the next 3 to 4 minutes. B2C benefits adaptation. B2B businesses, what are the, let's say, top 2-3 benefits you can immediately mark out? Madhumita, over to you. Just a quick response.
Right, in B2 need to look at the productivity enhancement lever. Be it logistics or be it F&B or be it that entire procurement part. So these are the certain areas where digitization is playing in a very big way. I think for B2B, these are the certain area which they can really look into it, and then to the support. Another thing, when we were talking about big daddies and the MSMEs, my point would be, because we also work with lots of MSMEs who are in the market, who are in the player in the digitization fraternity. So if I know exactly the process after I deliver, and if I can imbibe all those processes in my processes, I think I'm helping to the my next level. So that way the MSMEs can slowly take the leap, and with all these steps, I think they can be a good player in the market and enhance themselves. So these are certain areas for B2B which I listed, I think are the key areas where we are also seeing lots of traction in the market.
Sure, sure. Great. Thank you. So I'm going to ask the last question, and all of you have to respond to it. I will start with Sunil. Viewers, if you have any question, this is absolutely your last chance, but I'm going to ask the last question. Sunil, post to all of you, how do you see the MSMEs? It's a quick question. Digitally sharp, or just early adopters, or still not adopting? Have we lost Sunil? Well, I think Sunil is not there. Maybe Madhumita, you can reply, Tabriz, and then if Sunil joins.
See, it depends, industry to industry. In MSME, in industrial belt, if we see the production unit and the manufacturer, the industrial part, that is, I think they need to come in a long way. Okay, but apart from that, if we see some are in the logistic and other areas, in little bit on e-commerce platform, they are using the bare minimum requirement which is available, and they have adopted and starting. So I will say one segment, started adopting, and one segment they need to do a kickstart. So that's the
Okay,
way.
great. Tabriz, what do you think post-COVID world? I'll come to Sunil, he has joined. I'll come to him after that. Post-COVID world scenario?
Sure. So unfortunately, COVID is ruthlessly punishing micro and small enterprises. That's the sad part. Going forward, there will be sectoral differences for sure, as Madhumita said. I agree to that point. But any company any micro and small enterprises who do not adopt technology, who do not understand technology, will be lagging behind more and more. That's the second point. The third point is that we have to understand that in every ecosystem, in cluster, for example, there are early adopters, and that early adopters becomes the ambassador, and others look at the growth of that early adopters and follow the pursuit. And then there will be one segment who are laggard and they remain that, and then the system punish them. So that will be the situation. But one thing is clear: technology is the way forward for all of us, and more so for MSME.
Technology is the way forward. Sunil, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. No, yeah, I would say,
post-COVID, yes.
Yeah, MSMEs who have adopted technology, even I'm talking about the manufacturing sector, and they are reaping benefit. They are seeing business coming, not only from their traditional base, from outside as well. They will continue because they have seen the benefit. And businesses who are using collaborative tools for idea generation, for meetings, product feature demonstration, they will continue to use. But after all, we are all human beings. And over a period of time, we will forget, some of us, some companies will fall back on the, traditional way of working. But I would say it will be a hybrid model. Some who have really seen the benefit, they will continue to reap. and others, falling behind after some time. So
Sure.
it will be a hybrid model going forward.
No, so I'm now going to wind this up, asking Sunil and all of you one last thing. What is your word of advice in a single word? If you have to tell MSMEs, what is your word of advice? Be patient, resilient, restless, high energy. Just now, what is the one word of advice? And I'll come to the rest, and then we'll wind it up. One word.
I would say be a student, keep learning new things, adopting new technologies.
Okay, great. So
Continue to be a learner.
Learner. Be a learner.
Yeah.
You want to get, who wants to give a go at it? Madhumita? One word advice?
I will say
One word.
in upskill and reskill and agility.
Upskill.
And
Okay,
agility.
so keep learning.
Yeah.
Agility. Okay, so I'll take it as agility. So agility, learning, agility. Tabriz, you can't say either of this.
Innovative.
Innovative, great. So agility, innovative, learn. I think we had a fabulous 40-minute discussion. I enjoyed it. We covered a massive ground from the role of the government, exact steps we need to take from MSME perspective. And of course, Sunil also mentioned about what is the first step.
Yes, because of course the call has got delayed, but maybe
Hello,
have.
Can you mute
Okay,
the
I will
others,
call you.
please?
When shall I call you? Tomorrow morning? We'll do that. Okay.
Yeah, people, can you mute everyone, please? Yeah. So thank you, my good friend Sunil, for joining in. Despite bandwidth challenges, I know you're a determined man, so you came back. Madhumita, I was so delighted to hear a challenging part to cover role of government, corporates, and others, and you did it very well. So thank you, and over to thank you all of you for joining us, and over back to CII office. Thank you.
Thanks, Ninath. Thank you. And thanks, other panelists.
Thank you, speakers and
Thanks a
panelists.
lot.
Thank you, speakers and panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being patient with us, and with over almost 200 people still logged in, we begin with our final and most exciting session on challenges and opportunities in implementation of IoT, ML, and AI for SMEs. May I invite the session moderator, Mr. Prashant Deshpande, Convener Task Force on Water and MD Expert Global Solutions, our esteemed panelists, Mr. P.V. Sivaram, former Managing Director, BNR Industrial Automation India, Mr. Sirish Bokil, co-convener CI Pune MSME panel and former VP Sandvik Asia Private Limited, Mr. Bireshwar Roy, Vice Chairman CI Thane Zonal Council and Head Industry Services Digital Services Siemens Limited, and Mr. Mohan Prasad Marappan, Head Business Support and Quality Management Siemens Limited. Welcome, esteemed panelists. May I now request the moderator to kindly take over the session. Over to you, Mr. Deshpande. Mr. Deshpande, you're on mute. Mr. Deshpande, would kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah. Sorry, my computer nagged at now audible.
Yes, sir. You're clearly audible, sir. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
This is a wonderful session on IoT implementation for MSMEs, and we have extremely experienced panelists, and I'm glad that CI has taken up this. Speaking after Ninath Karpe's session is always a challenge, but he has given us some very meaningful insights at top level, bird's eye view level, and all the panelists have clearly mentioned that IoT is here to stay, and it is very, very important for us to ensure that we are taking advantage of IoT as MSMEs. In the what I have done is that we'll have quick opening remarks from each panelist. They have varied experience. We'll start with Mr. Sivaram. He has vast experience in digital technology. And Mr. Sivaram, what do you think? I mean, where MSMEs can start, and what is your opening advice to MSMEs?
Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here in front of 200 odd people and to talk about this topic. And yes, there's already been several hours of our IoT, so fundamental points have been covered again and again. So I would just like to put it in a slightly different manner. You see, whether it is an SME or whether it is anybody else, okay, every company, every enterprise is continuously attempting to enhance their competitive advantage in the market. Okay? This competitive advantage comes out of three pillars. That is operational excellence, it is closeness to customer, and third is innovation. But the point to be made here is that if you want to make an improvement, first you have to measure yourself. And you have to measure yourself continuously. Otherwise, the digital technologies, whether it's IoT or whether it's anything else, it's not just an assistance to manufacturing excellence. Operational excellence arises out of performance management and it yields cost leadership. And this of course depends on so many other things like energy consumption, product quality, OE, etc. The customer has become king. Take and terms of the demos on actually product make more better and probability in additional revenue channels. More of continuous innovation is needed for survival because in time of okay, we are fighting for survival, and the innovation either in terms of product or in terms of business model is the most important, because if we get taken unaware by competition, then any amount of operational excellence will be fighting a losing battle. So innovation is something like an insurance, protects all your other measures, and therefore every SME should actually focus on this and not feel shy about the investment that it demands. Okay. Over to you. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Sivaram. I think very meaningful insights for MSMEs. I will now request Mr. Bireswar Roy. You have huge experience working in MNC. You've seen various MSMEs. So what would be your advice in terms of which technologies in IoT MSMEs should choose?
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to this. We've had some wonderful discussions just prior to this, and in fact, the tone has been set. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much.
Okay, and the tone has been properly set in that. And when there was talk about the technology adoption, why it is late, and so on and so forth. If I look at today's situation. Two things. Number one, it is already very well established that the MSMEs form the backbone of the industrial fabric of a particular country. And going forward, if you look at the ways and means of how the MSMEs can succeed, I think technology adoption is a prerequisite. Already, Mr. Sivaraman spoke about very specific issues with respect to technology and its application. For me, the basic need is still the same what it used to be when the industry started. you still look for quality issues, you still look for your productivity issues, you still look for faster turnaround. So these are the basic issues what you look at. The digitalization or the IoT, which is a part of that, is only a means to achieve those. We did not have these technologies before. We are having this technology now. Now, we also heard a lot about, MSMEs not adopting because of ROI constraints and all that. And I think this is a hugely overhyped point, ROI, because even in the last discussion when Mr. Sunil Khanna talked about it, he touched a very important point, that ROI comes only when you exist. And as you go forward, maybe the situation is going to turn around so that you don't exist if you do not adopt the technology. So we talk about opportunities of a lot of business for the MSMEs as you become more Atmanirbhar or you become more self-reliant. But if you don't have the infrastructure, if you don't adopt this technology, you will not exist. And therefore, the question of ROI becomes rather a question of whether you need the investment or not. It's the reason rather than the return. So therefore, for me, in the current situation, the MSMEs have to look at the need, and therefore the corresponding need of adoption becomes immediately very high.
Okay, great insights, Mr. Roy. Now we will quickly request Mr. Shirish Bokil, who has worked with Sandvik and large corporations and has also seen many MSMEs. So, Mr. Shirish, what will be your advice to MSMEs?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me on this platform. So I would like to thank CII for this. And I think the tone is already set by the earlier panelists in the earlier discussion. What I would like to just specify very few things to just start upon. If you look at the contribution of manufacturing of India in GDP, it's only 16%. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much.
Because there is a bandwidth problem. So the contribution of manufacturing in India GDP is only 15%. And if you look at our neighboring countries, for example, China, it is 32%, Indonesia around 36%, and Thailand and Philippines around 30%. So we are still way behind in manufacturing, to really go to the further limits. That is point number one. Point number two is, now since we're speaking of AI and IoT, it is estimated that in India, the AI and IoT can add up to 9 billion, which will be further 15% addition to the current gross value. And that will not be immediate, but it will be by 2035. So as the other panelists suggested, I think the MSMEs has to take a leap in adopting the technologies sooner and faster.
Great. I will now request the fourth panelist, Mr. Mohan Prasad, to kindly give his insights into IoT for MSMEs.
Thank you. So I think the panelist who's for me has already summarized in terms of certain key say for an example, the availability of an affordable solution, or say for an example, the scope of ROI and etc. Yes, there are certain challenges and which requires in terms of a lot of convincing. But the one point which I would like to add to what all the panelists have already said is about the MSMEs need to be, enthusiastic about collecting data, in the sense the richness of data, and that needs to start now, because the data what we collect over a period of time and use those things to compare it with the market data will give them an edge in terms of I would call it as it's a great opportunity to innovate, and at the same time it could allow them to be create new products and new business models, etc. So one point which I wanted to add, and again, thank you for inviting me to this. I think it's going to be a great session, and I was also being part of the previous session as well. A lot of insights which has been brought in. Thanks to you and CII.
Yes. Okay. So what I'm going to do is that I'll ask different questions to each panelist, and if you can quickly give top insights, that will be great. So Mr. Sivaram, my question to you is, what are the top 3 opportunities for SMEs in embracing digital technologies such as IoT, machine learning, AI? There are many terms which are being used in IoT, whether it is automation, robotics, data acquisition. So from your last 30 years experience, what would be your take on opportunities? Mr. Shivaram. Hello? Is he there?
Mr. Shivram, you are on mute, Mr. Shivram.
But we are not able to hear him. Okay. Shivram, join. Next question, Mr. Top.
Prashant, your audio is not clear. Prashant, your audio is not clear.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Mr. Sivaram. Hello.
Hello.
Go ahead.
If now we have said that the SME of implementing digital transformation. Now, how do they move forward? What is the first step? And to answer that, we want to go into what is this thing that we are trying to do? What is this game? This game is of digital transformation. And this digital transformation we want to do as an SME because we want to integrate into the great global supply chains. Because the business of the world is now going to get oriented towards long supply chains spread all over the continents. Okay, and if the big players want to source services or goods from you, they would like that you should be well integrated. The second reason why we want to do this is because we want to be withstanding disruption. We have already seen one disruption this year. There may be more, hopefully not, but it can always happen. So really, to withstand disruption, digital transformation is the only way. But then having said that, if you want to start on this journey, first step that you must have is a clear statement of your digital vision. Where do I want to be in the value? And this must be enunciated by the CEO and who must take full commitment and support for this. And then you must develop a gap between what you want to be and where you are today. This vision is not just of any one department or for sales or a marketing or something, but rather the whole enterprise. The project will always start with small steps, but it will expand. Your vision should say that eventually I will expand and I will deal with all aspects of my enterprise, my business. And this project is not so much technology. The job is not done if you buy some hardware or some software and place it within your premises or inside your company. It is actually a people project. People must first of all know what is your intent, what is the intent of the project, and what each step is intended to achieve. To use many of these new concepts, yes, an awareness and a knowledge is needed. And this is where the crux of the problem comes, that the technological complexity of these devices and the rapid rate of innovation of these products. Things become obsolete even before they come into the marketplace. Then, therefore, a small enterprise, a medium enterprise can be very well reluctant to jump into it with both the feet. Yes. So, therefore, the rank of file, the CEO with a great vision can get convinced, the rank and file will resist it. They resist any change anyway, and this kind of change even more. So then where is the way? Then what should we do? Because the SME cannot go alone on this path. Therefore, they need a guide, a mentor, a partner. So in this context, the government of India has created a program called Samarth Udyog. Mr. Sunil Khanna also had spoken about it a little bit. So this Samarth Udyog is Smart and Advanced Manufacturing and Rapid Transformation Hub. C4I4, located in Pune, is one of these hubs. Okay, and which I want to say here, when you want to start a transformation project, then you want to actually start small and get the people to get involved in it. So we have started with a couple of small things, like for example, this COVID a measurement at the gate, because it's compulsory to take the temperature of the worker before he enters, right? And we integrate it with the HR system itself, so that attendance and safety both are taken care. Similarly, we have another system which says navigate in an assembly kind of a plant. People spend a lot of time in looking for components and walking back and forth. So using low cost, Bluetooth low energy systems, the time taken to pick up components to assemble a particular piece of work drastically reduces. Now, with this kind of thing, what we do is, initially it is the human with a smartphone who follows the path and still continues the same old way, but his job becomes easier. But at the back of it, there is a thought that an AGV could also use the same technology when the people are comfortable with it. And the threat of jobs getting lost is diffused. They can move it to the next level. And with this kind of a system, you see, then when you get evaluated for a maturity index by a large corporation, you stand a much better chance of getting the job.
Yes, thanks. Great insight. So the next question is to Mr. Shirish, that what are the challenges which MSME should be aware about, while they are thinking of implementing IoT technologies, even for very, low-hanging fruits such as calculating OE, downtime analysis, energy consumption calculation, and machine process, or factory, connected factory vision implementation. So what is your, take on the challenges and how to ready your organization for meeting those challenges?
I will give a real life example. When we are in touch with the supplier as a manufacturing company, we face a lot of problem, with the typical MSME people. First of all, about their mindset to start with. We have to do a lot of sessions to, tell them that and educate them that why this is important, why you're losing the productivity, production efficiency, so on and so forth. So first of all, we need to work on we are working on their mindsets, because most of the people in this generation are working in a very orthodox way. They are the earlier generation people, so they have started, by the first principles of manufacturing. So technology are really involved, I would say, in last 10 years. So they are not yet adopting to that technology. They have that fear, what we call of, to clearly identify the compulsive business case. So they are not aware. They don't know why we should first of all have this IoT in place or AI. Simply, here the first thing, as the earlier panelist also mentioned, is the onus lies on the big companies to educate all these people. clearly. So the onus, apart from this, also lies on government. I do agree, but the onus principally lies on these big companies. Another issue when I speak with them is about the connectivity problem, which is still a problem in India, I would say. So internet is a problem. Right now I'm facing a little bit of connectivity issue, a little bit of bandwidth issue. Now imagine a supplier having a connectivity issue in the remote location, which is quite possible. So we as a country also need to work on the connectivity issue as well. Another thing is about the advanced sensor, connecting the sensors and networking. Most of the machines with the MSMEs, now I'm representing a manufacturing sector here, they are not really equipped with the advanced sensor. So the networking capabilities and effective communication between them is also very poor. So this is another problem, that we don't have advanced sensor or the capabilities of advanced sensor to collaborate with the old machines. That is another problem. Another important problem, as some of the other guys mentioned, is they're asking, what is my ROI on this? Okay, I will adopt IoT and stuff like that, but what is it? What is the return on investment, and what am I going to get benefit from that? That is where they are not really clear on this. So these are few points, work. And as I said earlier, there's a huge potential for India within the next 15 years to really grow in this field if we adopt technology, especially for the MSMEs.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Shirish. My next question is to Mr. Roy. What are the benefits which MSMEs can derive by implementing IoT? I mean, ROI and other stuffs are known to everybody. Which top benefits you think MSME should definitely in their existing IoT?
Yeah, I think the answers lie in the statements made by the previous speakers. The MSMEs, as I said, look for the very basic requirements of issues like quality, issues like connectivity. When you say connectivity, for example, if an MSME wants to be in constant touch with his machines, if he wants to be connected with his machines at all points in time, so that there is no unplanned downtime, the basic thing that he needs is connectivity. And the basic thing that he needs is a connectivity right down to the shop floor. Now, just as the previous speaker mentioned, Mr. Bokil mentioned, that today connectivity is a big issue. But if he had, evaluated this and built that infrastructure, and which doesn't cost a bomb, it really doesn't cost a bomb. The benefit is immense. He can be in constant touch with his machines. He can understand when his machine needs the maintenance. He can get previous alerts even on his mobile phone. These are very basic technologies. What is not there today is the MSME probably is getting scared by the big discussion and the big noise that is going around the whole topic of Industry 4. It is not such a if you look at it, it is these are simple tools which can be adopted. I'm not talking about a complete connectivity right from the dispatches up to the chairman's floor. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about very simple connectivity issues down on the shop floor which can benefit them immensely. Even, for example, if an MSME decides to design a product which he wants to bring onto the market, he can do a simulation which can be done by a service provider. He can do a simulation of exactly the product, how it will look like, how it will be produced, even before he had started doing the manufacturing layout. And these are benefits which are there for the taking. Only thing is probably the MSMEs are, first of all, getting overawed by all the hype that is going around the whole topic of digitalization.
Wonderful, wonderful. So the message is loud and clear that don't get bogged down with the big terminologies being used in Industry 4.0. There are low-hanging fruits.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Go and low-hanging fruits. The next question is Mr. Is IoT real, because there are many MSMEs who think that IoT is not real. It is for big companies, and suitable for IoT. Throw some light on that. Mr. Mohan Prasad?
Okay, sorry. I heard your question. So I think, like Mr. Roy said, or say, for example, in the previous panel discussions, what we have, it's not it doesn't cost a bomb. Is a very good statement what he made. But what I would like to highlight is from let's say, for an example, from my personal experience or the feedbacks what we get from a lot of our partner factories. Number one, knowingly or unknowingly, the IoT device which we all carry with us is a smartphone, and it enables us to do a lot of things, and it has got the right sensors to capture the information. It does all of the topic what we are discussing in a very personal way. But now, when we adopt it to, let's say, for an example, in an MSME, the first thing came up, even in the previous discussion, was about, okay, my workers, or say, for an example, my operators in the shop floor, they're not tech savvy. How are we going to make them use this? Number one is a challenge. Second is about how are they going to adopt it? Material of, let's say, for an example, how easy we make it. How are they going to adopt it? So a simple example to this particular thing is today, all this, the solution, we started deploying it in a simple touch screen, which is vertically mounted, running on a local language, and ask the operators and technicians and people on the shop floors just to treat this to be a bigger Android phone. And we never faced an issue when we told them it's a simple phone. There is an elimination of need for English. There is no necessity to learn Windows to operate and then come into it. So all of those were ruled out because we are talking about the outcomes, and the outcomes are delivered in such UIs today, which is easy for operate for anyone. And even a new operator who joins, let's say, a manufacturing unit is able to operate it end of the day just by a single day of training. So this is about how it can be adopted easily, because adaptation is not a challenge. Today, everyone uses a touchscreen and an Android phone or an iOS, but it is easy for them to adopt it when we are able to make these particular solutions relatable. Also, one more example which came in about a government unit in Coimbatore, which was mentioned in the previous session, of about how they reduce 40% in terms of, let's say, the wastage because they virtually cut the governments, train them, and then when they go on to the real, activity, it is about a 40% reduction. How good it is, and that's what happens in terms of machines. That's what happens in terms of panels. That's what happens in a lot of other manufacturing when we use the AR, VR in terms of these are the tools which enables them in terms of delivering such important training. There is no wastage, but there's a lot of practice available. And second is about the support is delivered remotely. One expert in this country can be virtually present in every other manufacturing unit, guiding them how to solve a problem or teaching them how to adopt it. So that way, the gap in competency can also be, taken care of. And most important aspect in terms of IoT, one more example which I would like to give is about. I think it should be the main focus is to, as I said earlier, it is about collect and validate data. And while giving the examples of a smartphone, this pandemic has enabled 40 plus factories, the partner factories I'm talking about, smaller ones. The material did not move out when the initial lockdown happened because the customers are available, but they are not able to visit the factories. There were no FATs happening because no one is witnessing the acceptance. Now, that's a challenge, and how we were able to help them to eliminate it, or say for an example, convert that into an opportunity is we provided an application which is loaded onto their existing mobile phones, which is going to give them a 360 view of that particular factory acceptance test, wherein customer is able to witness it. He feels the way his eyes and ears are available in that particular factory floor, and we enable this materials to do a successful remote FAT. Now, this is not done in a big corporate. It's not. I'm not talking about the bigger factories. I'm talking about the smaller units where such things are still in terms of a process in place, and enabling them using a simple IoT like a mobile phone enables them to, one, save cost in all those travel, and at the same time, it enables them to move faster. So that's the point which I wanted to make.
Excellent insights. I think that's a big encouragement to MSME to embrace IoT. So I think we have to come to the conclusion part of it. I skip the second question. And in conclusion, I would request each one of you to highlight, top 2 use cases which MSMEs can think of implementing. From my experience, I can tell you that we have helped many MSMEs to improve their OE at least by 2 digits. Get downtime analysis, real-time downtime analysis, helping to improve the uptime and then improve the process control on the machine. So, Mr. Sivaram, which are one or two top use cases MSMEs should look to implement? Hello.
Thank you. Okay, I have already spoken about a couple of use cases, like the attendance monitoring, or about the locating parts within the factory. I will give you one more example. There is in almost every factory there is validation testing, and the test cycles sometimes go on for hours. Okay, and there is one person who will stand there and who will keep on taking readings and notes during the process of testing, and then writes it down in a notebook, and then eventually that gets typed into an Excel, and then this is presented to the customer and say that we have your piece has passed the test. Right. Now this led to a lot of inaccuracies, right, and a lot of wastage of time, and therefore a very simple thing like connecting a few sensors, like a temperature sensor and current and voltage measurement, and hooking it up to a small PLC could eliminate this manual labor, which was absolutely unproductive, and at the same time gave a lot of confidence to the customer that this is something very authentic. The data is, one of the biggest problems here is that the customer always suspects that the manufacturer is fudging the data. So therefore, this trust deficit gets absolutely eliminated between the customer and the manufacturer, and also between the management and the worker also. And this is a great plus for the organization to work together in a very good way, and this leads to collaboration.
Right. Wonderful. Thanks. Mr. Girish?
Yeah, I'd like to quickly touch upon 3 points. One is a lot of manufacturing companies are nowadays outsourcing the manufacturing process to the vendors. And just an example of my company, earlier company, the critical processes are also outsourced. Now the big problem is how to control those processes, how to monitor those processes. So what the company has done is that they have identified the critical parameters or the critical machines rather with the supplier. So that is called as a critical machine with a flag. And so if we implement IoT over there, what happened was you get all the critical parameters on your laptop, even though the processors are working at the supplier side. You understand also the preventive maintenance stuff which is going to go down, or if the machine is going to have any downtime or so. So it has helped not only in controlling and monitoring the processes and the key parameters, but also has increased the productivity at suppliers end, which also resulted in a cost reduction. So that was point number 1. Point number 2, I think the earlier panelists also suggested, was on the augmented reality. Now, most of our supplier MSME are looking for businesses abroad, and they cannot, in today's COVID conditions, people cannot move back and forth. So the best way is to have an augmented reality, wherein you have a simple helmet, or you can use a HoloLens or something. There are a lot of softwares available nowadays to have that software, wherein you simply wear a helmet with a camera and the chip and stuff which is connected to the laptop. Now, if you want to have a customer, you have a factory visit, which is called as a virtual factory visit, and the customer is also chatting with you at the same time. So you are also communicating with each other and resolving the various issues and the various queries of the customer. So I think one of the biggest advantage with AR, which I think the MSME should use, is to get new customers. I can put a few more, but I think I'll stop here.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Roy, from your perspective, top two use cases.
I think there are many point solutions which are available. For example, I already spoke about connectivity. So online condition monitoring and analytics is one area which all MSMEs can benefit from. Then the topic of real-time location systems, which is also a point solution available. Then the topic of the quality issue. You are if you're facing rejections, traceability of the components that are going into the finished product, and traceability right up to the vendor. This can be very much employed as a way of improving and identifying quality issues. So there are many point solutions available which can be adopted by MSMEs to cater to their day-to-day issues. On the other side, of course, if you are really setting yourself a goal of becoming a world-class manufacturer, a complete digital transformation is always on the cards. And there, of course, you will need some help of certain consultants who can help you, first of all, to evaluate where you stand and where you want to go. And if this transformation is well mapped before, then the process can be adopted in a staggered fashion. You don't need to do everything all at the same time. Therefore, your investments can also be staggered. So that's my point of view.
Wonderful, great. Mr. Mohan Prasad.
Thank you, Mr. Prashanta. So I gave two use cases when I spoke earlier. One is about utilizing the IoTs, what we already have, like the mobile phones, which can be transformed into a lot of value adds. And other panelists spoke about adding sensors, and say for an example is utilizing AR, VR. If I can add one more topic to this as a simple use case is about the asset monitoring, or say for an example is tracking those assets, which is today what we already have it in terms of where it is available. I call it as a discovering it, because while a lot of assets are being invested over a period of time, overseeing such critical assets and certain components helps in a lot way in terms of improving, both in terms of optimizing logistics and also in terms of like say for an example disclose in terms of thefts, or say for an example maintaining the overall work in progress. So there's a point where we have the equipment, we have people, and bringing these two things, which is using the available IoTs, adding those low-cost sensors, and start capturing this particular data, which will give you fortunes in the upcoming year, is what I would say. It's not a requirement of going for a big solution right at the day on. Today, one mistake which is captured in an plan can be applied by another manufacturer, because the data is available for you to train, the data is available for you to deploy. So that way, I would say, important aspect which I mentioned at the beginning is about start collecting data and use the existing IoTs, add those low-cost sensors, which will give you benefits over a period of time without big investments.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, all the panelists. Real experience, use insights you have given to MSMEs. So on your behalf, I would like to conclude that IoT is very for MSMEs. Start with simple objectives and goals. Put sensors, collect data, monitor it. So it is directly said that what gets measured gets monitored, what gets monitored gets controlled, and what gets controlled gets optimized. So MSMEs, please embrace IoT, whether it is putting sensors, collecting data, AR, VR, machine learning and AI for predictive maintenance or quality predictions. It is here to stay. It is real, and all these experienced experts have made it simple for them. So, thank you very much. Over to CII.
Thank you, moderator and esteemed panelists, for that excellent session. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the close of day one, and thank you for being such an excellent audience. May I invite you all for the second day of the 6th Digital MSME Summit, which is tomorrow. We have an exciting plenary session with key speakers like Mr. P.M. Parlewar, who is the Director of MSME Development Institute, Government of India, Ministry of MSME. Dr. Harshdeep Kamble, who is the Development Commissioner Industries, Government of Maharashtra. We also have eminent industrialists like Mr. B. Tyagarajan, who is the Deputy Chairman, CII Western Region and Managing Director, Blue Star Limited. We would also be joined by two of our Consul Generals tomorrow, Mr. Guillermo Devoto, who is the Consul General for Argentina, and Mr. Guillermo Patriota, who is the Consul General of Brazil. In addition to this, we also have two excellent panel discussions tomorrow. One, which is on policy reforms to make MSMEs Atmanirbhar and bringing back exports for MSMEs in the COVID-19 era. Thank you, everyone. And before we close, this session would not have been possible without thanking our partners, which is our platinum partners, MIDC and DBS Bank India Private Limited, our gold partners, Siemens Limited, our silver partners, OMR Bagla and KHS Machines, and our corporate contributors, Chemtrolls, AMT, and Dixons. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, the exhibition is open for 24 hours. I would request you all to kindly have a look at these excellent stalls and the wonderful products. The one-on-one interactions can also be initiated on the stalls through video call. Hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you. And with that, I wrap up the day one of the MSME Summit.